Good afternoon, good morning to everyone who is watching us from around the globe. And thank you for joining us for day 2 of B20 Saudi Arabia Summit. My name is Muhammad Dakhil and I will be your master of ceremonies today. We have a very exciting agenda ahead of us, but just a quick reminder for you all, you can follow the conversation of our sessions on Twitter at B20 and participate in the discussion by using the hashtag B20 Summit. You can also visit our virtual library to access materials discussed throughout the summit yesterday by clicking on the icon on the right side of your screen. And before we start, please turn your attention to the stage for a brief video about B20 Journey.
The journey of the B20 is one to restart, rethink, redefine, reframe, repurpose, rediscover, revisit, restructure, reform, and reinvigorate. Since 2010, the B20 has matured into a legitimate voice of global business to the G20, advocating policy solutions for a prosperous, sustainable and inclusive world. Building on the exemplary work of its predecessors, B20 Saudi Arabia aspired to be impactful, action-oriented and differentiated. This aspiration would be achieved by a global B20 community of 676 members from more than 20 countries and steered by a distinguished team of task force chairs and co-chairs and their deputies, with support from the Secretariat and global knowledge and network partners. After the official handover from Japan in December 2019, over 500 members descended in Riyadh for the B20 Inception event, kickstarting the policy development process. Unsettled by the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the B20 community relentlessly pursued policy recommendations that would help the G20 do whatever it takes to overcome the crisis, sharing a common purpose: to build back better. Responding to new realities, the B20's initiative on COVID-19 made specific recommendations to the G20 for urgent actions to minimize the health, economic and social ramifications of the pandemic. In addition, throughout the year, a total of 10 statements were released, the highest number in B20 history. A joint paper, the GVC Passport on Financial Compliance, and a special report on advancing global goals on sustainable development responded to the cross-cutting themes of SMEs and entrepreneurship and sustainable development goals. In a lockdown and immobile world, the B20 virtually penetrated every G20 country to advocate the recommendations to the local government and business. All this culminating into the B20 pre-summit, shaping a more inclusive world, and the B20 Summit, transforming for inclusive growth. We have just reached an important milestone in an ongoing journey to make the world a better place. To build on this, we need to continue to accelerate digital transformation and overcome the skills divide, promote women's leadership in business, reform multilateralism for a new global order, and address climate change and its impacts. And the journey continues.
Now I would like to introduce Mr. Suresh Prabhu, India's Sherpa to the G20, to give a keynote address on repurposing business through stakeholder capitalism. He's joining us from Delhi. Welcome, Mr. Prabhu.
So, thank you, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, friends. Let me first of all congratulate the B20 and particularly the presidency of Saudi Arabia, who have played a very key leadership role in steering G20 through very difficult times. Despite pandemic, despite disruptions, despite everybody forced to be at home, they are working on organizing a very forward-looking leaders meet in the next few weeks. And when we have leaders meet, the most important aspect of that leaders meet is the engagement groups, which bring in so much of knowledge, expertise, and ideas on the table, which helps the leaders to move on with the agenda of B20, G20, which actually helps the world community to understand that the 20 leaders are taking leadership role to steer the world through this crisis. And the B20 in particular is such an important engagement group that they have the knowledge, they have the ability, they have the technology, they have the management capabilities to take the global agenda forward through their membership. So let me congratulate them and try to once again hope that they'll play a key leadership role in helping the world to be a better place than what it is today. I'm very happy that we are talking about stakeholder capitalism. The world has seen collapsing of ideas. The world has seen revisiting some of our old notions. The world has realized that we cannot just continue the way we have been doing the business as usual approach, and therefore we really need to think differently. And this is true for almost all aspects of our economic life, also the social life, but mainly economic life, which will focus today in B20. And when we talk about re-looking at everything, first and foremost, of the structure of our governance, which drives the businesses, has to be re-looked into. For too long, we felt that making the shareholders happy is the only job that the corporate management has to do. Maximizing shareholders' value is the motto. Ensuring that shareholders get good returns on their investment is the only thing that the management has to see. And therefore, the entire structure was aligned to this objective. Till we realized that shareholders are important, but shareholders will never get what they want if all the stakeholders are not involved. Can you do business without your vendors, your suppliers, your employees, the society at large, who is your customers, and the entire spectrum in which the world as a unit operates? Can you ever think about doing your own business? Can you be living in some thin air and think I have nothing else to do with the rest of the world? And that realization led us to thinking that we must develop a new concept, new thinking, making sure that we bring together all those who constitute this larger ecosystem of the world. And they are the stakeholders in your business because they are the ones who are actually the stakeholders in this whole world. And we as corporate entity is part of this larger world. So how can you work disregarding their priorities? And therefore, the whole concept of stakeholder capitalism plays a key role in shaping tomorrow's world. I come from India. I represent India. I held 10 cabinet positions in Indian government. I'm in the parliament for the 6th time now. And therefore, I will bring an idea that originated in India, which can actually articulate this whole concept of stakeholder capitalism far better. Mahatma Gandhi, one of the greatest Indians, or probably for that matter, greatest human ever born on this planet, talked about business being run as trust. He felt that you own the business, but you are not the owner, but you are a trustee of the business. You have to trust means you must use the resources of the corporate so wisely as a trustee would do when society at large has put so much of trust in him. Also, the trustee can work in fiduciary capacity without getting worried about what he gets as long as he enjoys the benefit that accrues to the society at large because of his own action. And that whole concept of trusteeship is something which we promoted almost close to 100 years ago. And today, that concept has so much of relevance in today's life. When we are realizing the crumbling of old ideas and old ethos and old structures. Why? Because we never founded them on a much larger idea of public good. If we can serve the public good better, the business will benefit for sure, the shareholders will benefit for sure, because shareholders are also part of stakeholders. But if you do only for shareholders and forget the stakeholders, then one day or the other, shareholders will suffer more because they have invested the money. And obviously, the disconnect that happens between shareholders and stakeholders will cause a lot of conflict in the society. So Mahatma Gandhi's idea and thoughts were extremely relevant and also are valid today. And in today's time, when we are seeing that Corona is now putting renewed focus on how should governments work with society at large, how the business and governments should not forget the people who are the major components of the stakeholders, and bringing them benefit of this own action will bring back the benefit to you. In fact, there is a very big famous philosopher who said, if you want to be happy, first make others happy. If you want to be getting better rewards as your shareholder, make stakeholders happy. And that concept is now going to be so relevant in today's time. And technology can make it happen. Technology will ensure transparency. Technology can ensure that stakeholders at large will understand that basic philosophy of this corporate entity is something which is put into reality, because that's the transparency can actually assure him that it is happening that way. And to make that happen, if there is no transparency, again there will be disconnect in the spoken words and the actual action of the business on the ground. If that disconnect happens, there will rather be very disastrous for business on a long run, because people will feel that what they speak and what they do are completely different things, so they do not trust them. If you lose the trust, you be assured that you will lose the business share in very soon time. The market share will be lost, business stake will be lost, and therefore maintaining trust is very important. That can come through transparency, and transparency can be assured through technology. Another very important aspect of that is today to bring people closer to each other. We have a possibility of using new platforms that have just been made available to us. That's a digital platform. Digital Connect can help connect people from any part of the world to the other, from any village in the world to the most advanced city in the world, any far corner of the world to the other. And that's where the digital divide that divides us today can actually help us to bridge social divide. If you make digital divide disappear, the social divide, economic divide also will become very, very irrelevant. And therefore, making digital technologies more penetrating in society will be very, very important. That's possible today. As we can see very clearly that even countries, small countries, are making big advent in technological penetration. India, for example, using digital technology for dispensing of services to the smallest of the small places. I was a railway minister, and we used to have 8.3 billion people travel by railways every year. 8.3 billion, more than the world population. And many of the travelers who are commoners, commuters, were using digital technology to buy the ticket, buy the services of the railways. So this is already happening. Now the business must use digital technologies more. First, to bring people closer to each other, also makes business sense. Look at e-commerce. It's a digital platform. Even in pandemic, the companies which made more money and their stakeholders and stockholders got more rewards are the ones who are using digital technology, e-commerce companies. So digital technology will bring people closer, but also make business sense. So we have to use it in a big way. But to make that all happen, to bring stakeholder capitalism in reality, the corporates, the business, and for that matter, anybody, cannot ignore the real existential threats all of us are facing today. Let's look at climate change. It's a threat to business. It's a threat to humanity. It's a threat to biodiversity. It's a threat to the entire existential possibilities of all biological life. So what's the use of all of us who are doing business in a big way? All of us are trying to make technological advancement when we realize everything is going to end. And the end is imminent only because of human action. This climate change, unlike others, are caused by human actions. And therefore, human action is going to lead to human extinction. What should we do? Should we correct it? Should we stop it? Or we should just commit suicide collectively and say that the world, let it disappear from this planet at all? To arrest it, to stop it, to reverse it, it's still possible. And that can again happen through technology. That can happen again through engagement with the communities. That can again happen through collective action. And that can be led by business, because business, as I said in the beginning, have managerial ability, financial resources, technological knowledge, can actually help us to address the biggest challenge humanity has ever faced in the form of climate change. And to do that, we have to change tracks. And first, before we change track, we have to change our own thinking. The thinking leads to action. The wrong thinking leads to wrong action, obviously. And therefore, change the thinking, bring the right approach towards life, and that can happen through businesses. Business can provide good solutions to change energy mix. Business can provide good solution to deal with agriculture, which is going to suffer as a result of climate change. Business can offer solution to deal with natural calamities, which are already increasing in frequency as well as in ferocity in various parts of the world. Business can help us to devise new ways of reducing greenhouse gas emission. Business can help us to capture carbon. Business can help us for sequestration of carbon. And to do all this, business can play a key role in addressing these issues. Business can also help us to reduce social inequality, which is threatening the entire social fabric of the world. The people are not happy, not because they don't have money, but they're also unhappy that I have no money, but my other person has so much money that he has a problem how to spend. My problem is how to earn and how to survive. So when we have such an inequality, how can we expect people to be happy? How can we expect planet to be or society to be tranquil? It can never happen. The tranquility can come only when people are contented. The contentment can never come if there is so much of inequality. Business can help us to fight this big challenge of inequality, as it will help us to challenge the problems of climate change. Again, we have a big issues in the world today. And again, we have to refocus on it. It's a public health. For too long, we ignored public health, thinking that people will on their own solve their own problem about the health. Health is too personal to be state to be involved in it. But today, we have a big problem of public health. The business can help governments to work with each other and solve the problem of public health in a very competent way. I will say competent way, because public health issues have to be addressed, but if you can solve them in a way that the quality of life of people can improve, that is what would be a better way rather than just mitigating a problem and just addressing a disease as a whole. Improving quality of life should be the sole purpose, and that can happen through the stakeholder capitalism, which can be promoted by businesses as a whole. B20 has this ability to bring the top class business leaders together and together make a firm commitment that we'll all fight for stakeholder capitalism. We'll all work towards making world a better place by addressing social issues, environmental challenges, economic issues, and we'll try to get rid of the worst that we suffered in the past and embrace the best that the future can hold for us. If we can do that, this will be the best contribution the B20 would be making to the world as a whole. India would be hosting B20, of course G20, and then obviously B20 therefore in next year, more than a year's time, little more than a year. I invite all my friends from B20 to join hands with us so that we together can shape the agenda of this better world. The business has, as I said, the business has to work for stakeholder capitalism, but can we divorce business from general governance of the world? Business has to be part of the governance as well. So let's join hands and let's frame the agenda of how government, business, all other stakeholders can work together to address all the challenges that have bedwelled the world in the past. Let's work in a way that technology can solve the problem, but we'll not use the wrong technology. The technology also must have ethical aspects to it. When we are going to use artificial intelligence, we should not use it in such a way that ethics will be completely disregarded and we'll try to work only for profits or only for increasing market share. So technology's deployment, technology's invention also must be strongly driven by the ethical values that should be the driving force for it. And therefore, let's all join hands. I look forward to my friends from business working with us as Sherpa of G20 and G7 of India, as a former cabinet minister holding 10 positions and the 6th time in the parliament. Let me welcome and invite you to please work with us. I congratulate Saudi Arabia and I offer my best wishes to Italy, from whom we'll take over in 2022. But I can tell you one thing, that we'd like to work with all our friends and partners all over the world, all the stakeholders in the world, to create new world which is better than what it is today, but which is sustainable, so that we'll not just create a world which after some time will become irrelevant. We will make a world which will be so good that people at all times should feel that this is the new model we must adopt for all times to come. And that's the sustainability aspect of that, not just from environment perspective, but from social, political, economic perspective as well. Sustainability should be the driving force for our thinking. So let us all work together. Let me offer you my best wishes. Let me again request you that leading to 2022, we'll be very welcoming you to share your ideas with me so that we can take them forward. So let me thank you, and I hope we'll get more opportunities to interact with each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhu, for sharing those insightful remarks. And now it's time for some questions, but I believe we only have 5 minutes. To start with the private sector, how can this sector contribute to promote inclusive growth, especially in the developing world?
Firstly, it's for me to answer.
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Let me first of all, I feel that this inclusiveness has to be integrated into all our activities. Inclusiveness cannot be an afterthought, that you first do business and then you discover that some were not included, so let's try to include them. why not you do business in a way that there is no exclusion to begin with? If you can bring it in such a way, mainstream these ideas of inclusiveness into all your business strategies, all your public policy initiatives, then there is no need to think about inclusiveness as an afterthought. And therefore, I think best way to bring in inclusiveness is to avoid exclusiveness from your original idea to begin with. And therefore, I think this whole reimagining your business is very important. Your rethinking of your business strategy is very critical. Making public policy driven towards larger public good is very, very super important. And if you can do all that, I think inclusiveness will automatically be addressed. But I think we cannot afford to keep large section of society outside the spectrum of beneficiaries, and by saying that you are left out, and maybe some of you, I'll call them as a goodwill gesture and include you. No, that cannot be a goodwill gesture. It has to be the right to be included, and that inclusiveness therefore has to be inherently incorporated into your business as well as public policies.
From this point, Mr. Prabhu, how can governments work with a business to develop the digital infrastructure that COVID-19 has turned into an urgent need to enable a more inclusive society? Please, in 1 minute.
So this is very important, actually. As I was mentioning, the digital infrastructure is going to be very critical for the world to move on. And for the government to develop it on their own is not possible or not necessary. And business to be completely excluded from thinking that it is a government job to do it and I will not do anything is also not the right strategy. So we need private-public partnership in this sphere. Let government and business should join hands and provide this business solution. For example, in India, we have some private companies who are offering payment facilities through digital platform. There are some private companies who are helping through telecom operations, bringing many of these daily necessary transactions to be done on your mobile phone through digital platform. So this is private sector doing it, but which is helping government because the government primary job is to deliver services to people. And if the services can be delivered through private operators who can actually make sure that they are not driven by profit alone, but they are also driven by larger public good, this helps the government to partner with them because it serves the larger public good. And therefore, I think joining hands by government with private sector is very important. Both can work together to create a better digital world, which will be ready to fight tomorrow's challenges.
We have reached the allocated time for this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Suresh Prabhu, for your time and insightful remarks. Now I would like to hand over to the moderator of our first session for today, Dr. Manar Al-Munif, President and CEO of GE Renewable Energy Onshore Wind Business. And we also welcome Mr. Adam Szymanski, who is joining us physically.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Thank you for joining us today in the B20 Saudi Arabia Summit, Transforming for an Inclusive Growth. The B20 Saudi Arabia has worked to deliver impactful and differentiated development processes while reinforcing the role of the global and business community. My name is Manar Al-Munif. I'm privileged to be with you today to moderate the session focusing on re-innovating the battle to save the planet. Our panel today will address the global challenges to build a more cleaner and a sustainable world, highlighting the importance of circular economy. We will also address the role of the businesses in the race to fight for climate change. I'm happy to have, with no further delay with us today, Mr. Adam Szymanski, who will be speaking to us today about the circular economy. Adam is the president of King Abdullah Petroleum Study for Research Center. He's also the advisor for the Energy, Security and Climate Change Program. Prior to joining the center, Adam has served also as an administrator for the U.S. Energy and Information Administration. With no further delay, I'd like to hand it over to Adam to share with us his teaser.
Shukran, Manal. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really pleased to be here today at the B20 Summit. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to highlight some ideas on carbon neutrality with business leaders. I have to say, Manal, that I'm a bit intimidated by the title of our program, The Battle to Save the Planet. But it is important. The G20 has long addressed climate change and environmental issues. The G20's Riyadh Summit includes safeguarding the planet as an identified priority, and it supports managing emissions for sustainable development. Many of the G20 engagement groups, including the B20, the T20, C20, all of the groups really, have identified climate change as an urgent global challenge. Scientific evidence suggests that man-made greenhouse gas emissions have contributed significantly to global warming, and the importance of collective mitigation and adaptation actions to tackle climate change is critical. Many nations are challenged, however, by unique social, economic, and environmental circumstances, so that despite efforts to deploy climate mitigation approaches, progress to date has been slow. Many countries are now responding to climate concerns by mandating renewables. There are also global movements gaining traction to completely ban hydrocarbons as a source of energy. Keep in mind, however, that 80% of the world's energy supply right now comes from hydrocarbons. And many reliable forecasts suggest that the world's primary energy mix, even in the year 2050, is likely to still include hydrocarbons. Clearly, new approaches to carbon management are needed over time so that we can stop adding and ultimately reduce the stocks of carbon in the atmosphere. Business leaders have an important role to play in this effort. There are significant problems in mitigating greenhouse gas emissions in the hard-to-abate sectors like aviation, shipping, steel, aluminum, cement, petrochemicals, that combined account for almost a third of greenhouse gas emissions. Achieving our climate goals with minimum stranded assets in an orderly transition requires a significantly ramped up effort to deploy and use negative emissions technologies. So now under the Saudi G20 presidency, the kingdom proposed a framework of the circular carbon economy, now endorsed by all G20 energy ministers as a holistic, integrated, inclusive, and pragmatic approach to managing emissions. I noticed in the introduction to the B20 Summit the use of many rewords. There are a few rewords in the circular carbon economy too. The 4 R's: reduce the amount of carbon entering the economy, reuse carbon as an input to create valuable feedstocks and fuels, recycle carbon through the natural carbon system, and remove excess carbon from the atmosphere. CAPSARC has dedicated a website, cceguide.org, for a research report developed with respected international organizations such as the International Energy Agency, the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, the Nuclear Energy Agency, NEA at the OECD, and the Global CCS Institute. We even had the OECD's help in looking at policies that could be used to move circular carbon economy along. The COVID-19 pandemic means that tackling climate change will now prove to be more challenging as governments take on massive debt for their stimulus packages. In the past downturns, investments in renewables were favored. This time, a broader array of abatement technologies, such as energy efficiency in buildings and industries, hydrogen, recycle and reuse technologies, as well as carbon capture, utilization, and storage, options need to be included in the recovery plans in order to reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove carbon. A coordinated G20 effort is vital in pursuing this goal. Post-pandemic economic recovery stimulus packages could be built around the circular carbon economy framework. Carbon management initiatives could be integrated with green policies aimed at addressing social and environmental concerns while still stimulating economic prosperity and inclusivity, another theme of the B20. The G20 represents an ideal forum to initiate the concept of the CCE as part of the pandemic response. The CCE would support development of carbon management technologies that allow industry to continue to drive economic development, critically important. It also presents a framework that seeks to extract value from carbon rather than perceiving it solely as a negative externality. We want to reduce emissions, not carbon. By encompassing a broad range of pathways and options available, the CCE considers different national circumstances, but it strives to meet shared global aspirations. The G20 represents the world's strongest economies and should collectively employ CCE to be more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable for the future. Thank you very much, Manal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Szymanski. This is a great introduction and opening remarks. That is a great introduction to the panel that we're going to be discussing today. I totally agree with you. The topic of saving the planet is a challenging one, and we have great leaders with us today that hopefully through their thought experience and leadership will be able to shed some light on some of that experience. I'm pleased today to be joined by an esteemed panelist. I will start with Mr. Amin Al-Nasser, who is the CEO of the Saudi Aramco, the world leading integrated energy and chemical enterprise. Mr. Al-Nasser have over 3 decades of experience in Saudi Aramco in various leadership roles there. I'm also pleased to be joined by Ms. Emma Marcadenelli, the former ENI CEO, and she's also the co-chair of the B20 Sustainability and Energy Climate Task Force. Ms. Emma also joins, and she served as a president of the University of Luis Guido Carli. And finally, I'm also happy to be joined by Mr. Patrick Pony, who is the CEO of Total. As we all know, Total is one of the world's top international oil and gas company that is really focusing on playing a significant role in reducing the carbon energy output. So with that, thank you so much for spending the time with us today. This is a virtual session. It's not going to be as easy as interacting in person together, but hopefully we can make the best out of it. We have over 700 people joining us today through this virtual platform to listen to your remarks, and hopefully we'll have a fruitful discussion. With no further delay, if I can just start with you, Mr. Amin Al-Nasser. As you know, that carbon neutrality has been an essential part to the Paris Agreement. What role do you think Saudi Aramco is playing to support the energy industry to have a more sustainable future?
Thank you, Manar, and I would like to thank my colleagues, Adam, Patrick, and all the people participating on this session. This is definitely a great opportunity for us to participate, especially also with Emma here with us. The role of the B20 has never been more important, especially now. And let me also thank my colleague Yusuf Al-Bnayan and the B20 team for their collaborative spirit and action-oriented policy recommendation to enable a resilient and sustainable future during this challenging time. This is very important for us, and I think a lot of good results so far. To reduce the emissions at a faster pace, the focus should not only be on the energy sources and technologies. That is, of course, desirable, but let's also focus on lowering the carbon footprint of existing energy sources, because they are a major part of the global energy system and will be for decades. There are 5 key areas Aramco is working on. The first is to lower oil's carbon footprint, and we already have one of the lowest upstream carbon intensity in the world at about 10 kilogram of CO2 equivalent per barrel of oil produced. But we are not stopping there. Decarbonization is a core part of our climate strategy. We will lower our carbon intensities even further. We are doing a lot of work in automotive. We are working on advanced engine fuel systems of the future. For every mile driven, a vehicle will emit a lot less carbon in the future, and this is what we are anticipating. In CCUS, for example, which I believe will play a key role, we are working on improving CCUS advanced technologies. Second, we are promoting the non-combustible uses of oil, turning oil into chemicals and materials. This will emit a lot less carbon than oil used as fuel. We are also at an advanced stage in developing direct oil conversion to chemicals technologies. In addition, non-metallics materials is an important sector and a high priority for Saudi Aramco. These materials replace high carbon intensity materials such as concrete, steel, and other metals in high end-use sectors such as automotive, construction, housing, and as well as renewable equipment. Third, for the longer term, we are working on next generation fuels from oil such as hydrogen and ammonia. When combined with CCUS, this route of new oil-derived fuels can help us move to zero carbon. Last month, we exported, as was reported in the news, a blue ammonia shipment to Japan, which would be used for zero emission power generation. And finally, we are increasing our gas supplies and will also participate in renewable projects in the kingdom. So all of these will contribute to the broader framework of the circular carbon economy.
That's great. Thank you so much, Mr. Amin, and we'll follow up definitely with that. Patrick, let me move to you now. Considering your role in the climate initiative and what you're doing, how do you consider the different players in the energy industry can play together, can collaborate, and what support do you need from the different governments to move the needle in sustainability?
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy to be with you, Amin, Emma, and yourself, Mena, with you. And we spent, I know that some of my colleagues spent some time with the different task force of the B20, in particular the energy, climate, sustainability and climate, but also the integrity and anti-corruption task force. I think all that is back to the same goal of a more sustainable world. And I think that's one, of the call from the society after this COVID period, which is people around the world are feeling more and more that a more sustainable world is necessary. And it's true for energy, and I will come back to your question. It's also true, obviously, for ethics, transparency, all the matters. There is a big call from society that we need to listen to that call as leaders of the B20, of the world leaders in the economy. Coming back to your main question, I think it's very important, and I think the experience that we had together with, by the way, Saudi Aramco and Eni together in the oil and gas climate initiative since the last 4 years has demonstrated that we are stronger collectively than isolated. I think, this climate change challenge is a main challenge of the century. It's a collective challenge. It's not only, by the way, for energy producers as we are, but it's collectively also for, on the demand side, for energy users, as energy customers, because this will be the solution to this climate change will not only come if we change, I would say, the pattern of the supply for energy. And as Amis just said, I'm sure that we'll continue to produce hydrocarbons for long because we need some liquid fuels, we need some gas for the future, but it will also come if we are able to influence the demand. The collective action is very key in some, because in some innovation areas where we need more innovation. And the one which was, for example, mentioned by Amin as CCUS is clearly today at, I would say, economically immature level. Still, we need to have some technological innovation, but we need also the support from governments. And if we want to make these technologies emerging at an industrial scale. This is why we have decided to have at the OGCI level, Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, some Kickstarter for CCUS with different projects in different places of the world. Total has engaged in one in the North Sea and is looking more. I know that my colleagues are also contemplating. So that's a type of example that we are working together. I will also remind that we have put together a fund, an innovation fund called the Climate Innovation Fund, Climate Investment Fund, sorry, on which we invest in different startups and technologies around the world, which will help to make emerge these innovations required for climate change. So from governments, I would say what we are calling are, of course, to set some, I would say, collective actions as well is important, and the G20 might be a good, I would say, place to have a collective expression of the willingness of the governments. We are waiting also for support for innovation. I would say it's fundamental. And then also, of course, some few policies and directions, which is important because in the field of energy, we are investing for the future. You know, the decisions we take today are impacting 20, 10, 15, 20 years horizon. So it's very important that we see the direction coming from government.
This is great. Thank you so much, Patrick. It's as usual, whenever there is a new initiative, it's always from the government, the two main pillars. It's the right policies, regulation to support, and the funding that will allow the innovation to supersede. This is really great. Thank you so much. Emma, let me move to you. So during, as Patrick said, during the COVID, everyone, starting from an individual performance to company, changed in the behavior. The expectation became completely different and much more higher. In your views, do you think the pandemic have caused a significant shift on the expectation from the business community? Does the government have different expectation what business needs to do, society? And did that actually help to improve the direction we're moving with, or did you think this have caused more delay in the progress?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. And also, I would like to congratulate with the Saudi Arabia B20 presidency. You have done a wonderful job, and I really want to congratulate. I will, as Italian, of course, we will host the next G20. I have the honor to be the chair of the Italian B20. And so we will rely a lot on your job and also on what you have done up to now. So coming to your question, I think, of course, the pandemic is accelerating a very strong shift that was already there, considering the role of business. I think that the role of business has to be, in a certain sense, enlarged from a narrow scope. For example, my company is a company transforming steel, so my role is not only producing in the most profitable way steel. I think now our role is completely different. Our role is to create value in the long term for all our stakeholders. Of course, our shareholder, but also our employees, our customer, our supplier, all the people that are working together with us. And so there is a lot of now discussion about the purpose of a company. So our purpose is, depending on the different companies, is to solve the people's problem in the best and more efficient way possible. So it's really, I think there is a big change. Our responsibility is very strong. I think every good company and every good manager and entrepreneur feels this responsibility. People are asking, more responsibility to us, and I think we are aware of that. Just to make an example, during the pandemic in my company, I could feel that, our employees were asking us not only to maintain their jobs, but also to protect them, to help them to understand what was going on. So I think our role is very important. And I also want to add that there is also another point that we have to underline. I think that all the big issues and the big challenges that we have in front of us, of course, the recession due to the pandemic, climate change, inequality, sustainability, migration, all these very big challenges cannot be faced and solved by the government by themselves. But I think that the role of business with our technology, with our skill, with our innovation is key to solve this problem. So I really think we know and we are aware that people are asking us a lot more, and we are ready to deliver on this.
Thank you, Emma. Definitely during the COVID, it was a clear demonstration of how there was a clear integration between the efforts the governments are leading and how the business are supporting them to actually drive this. So it was a great example at that time. And I think so now there is more expectation on the business community of how can they help in driving this. I want to go back to Mr. Amin and Nasser. You've mentioned in your brief introduction that you're looking at 5 different elements, primarily focusing on reducing the carbon footprint as in general. You're focusing on the automotive industry and how can you drive it on the industrial, the material that you're having. But what's the role that, from your point of view, that technology and digitization can play in driving and creating a more sustainable future? How much are you betting on that, and how much do you think would that help us to actually accelerate the development toward a more sustainable future?
Thank you, Manar. Even before COVID-19, digitalization, new technologies were becoming common in the workplace. COVID-19 has only accelerated that transformation that we have been going through. And for sure, through big data analytics and AI, we are improving a lot of the things that we have been doing in terms of, for example, seismic processing, oil recovery, oil productivity, and at the same time, lowering our cost. Our investment as Saudi Aramco in terms of smart technologies has contributed to reducing our upstream carbon intensity, which is among the lowest in the world. It's not just above ground that we are looking at, it is also the subsurface where digital technologies have helped us to maintain our low-cost position. Our goal is to become one of the world's most digital energy company, and continued investment are critical, especially at this time, to get us there. And our strategic goal is to produce more energy, definitely with less carbon. That's what we are doing through our IR4 Technology Center here in our headquarters in Dhahran. And we are at the same time applying AI through a greenhouse gas emission analytical model that monitor emission from 2,000 sources across our operating facility. And we use unmanned aerial vehicles for that, which has optical gas imaging cameras to monitor an emission of leakage. So we are capitalizing big time digitalization, new technologies to reduce our costs, and at the same time help us to reduce our emission and make us greener and increase the efficiency of our processes. So technology is very important enabler for any company. But for the digitalization to have a real impact, it must be integrated across the whole business. The oil and gas industry is no different. And a full digital transformation will rapidly move the needle on how we produce and supply energy more efficiently and with significantly lower emission to the world. Looking more broadly outside Aramco, similar technology could help in making a real difference to reduce or eliminate inefficiencies, because the biggest concern that our stakeholders and the major energy players is climate change, and what can we do to reduce emission by capitalizing on these technologies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nasser. This is really great. I think so one of the things that you've mentioned, which was really very interesting, is the fact that this digitalization and technology is going to help us in reducing the cost, reducing the carbon dioxide emission. But I think so it will also equally help us to be more productive. If we can look at the installed asset that we have, implement some technologies there to increase the efficiency, I think so this is also a critical role that we see digital playing a critical role in helping us move the needle. Adam, if I would ask you a question, we've heard from Mr. Nasser as an example some of the major initiatives that they're doing in Saudi Aramco to actually transform the current economy and focusing a lot on being carbon neutral, reducing the carbon emission over here. If I would go back to you and ask you, if you think about it from a B20, what is your expectation, the outcome of the B20 to come out? Some of the examples that Mr. Nasser spoke about, such as transforming and reimagining the entire energy sector, not only from an output, but how do you use the resources, how do you move toward automotive, and how you reimagine the way the energy is going to be transmitted in the future. What is your thoughts and the ideas that you would like to be coming out of the B20?
Well, I think it's very important for the energy industry to be able to provide affordable, accessible energy to continue with economic growth and to improve the quality of life for everybody. I think if we think about the transformation, it's going to take time. Even with all of the support that has been given to electric vehicles, for example, sales are only running about 2% of the total sales during the year for electric vehicles. So jet fuel and gasoline, for example, are still going to play a very important role over the next few years, and it's important that business leaders in the energy area maintain the health of their own industries to be able to supply those fuels in an environmentally acceptable way. There are going to be new technologies developed. Saudi Aramco is, as you heard, is working on blue. This is made from natural gas ammonia, shipping this to customers who want clean fuels. They have done enhanced oil recovery with carbon dioxide. Saudi Aramco has a project underway for direct air capture, taking carbon dioxide right out of the air and storing it in the geologic formations that are widely available in the kingdom. SABIC, the chemical company here in the kingdom, is transforming CO2 into fertilizers and methanol. There are ample opportunities like this available. NEOM, the major new city and region in the northwest of the kingdom, has a $5 billion project on green hydrogen, working with Aqua Power and Air Products. This kind of innovation in business is what will drive both economic progress and environmental progress forward. We can't get stuck thinking about just one solution. We have to get our scientists and engineers, not only in Saudi Arabia, but all over the world, working together with incentives from government to push us forward and to give us the future that we all want.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you so much. This is actually a follow-up to what Patrick have said earlier, where it was clearly that we need to collectively work as one team to drive the agenda forward and to make sure we can see a significant progress. And I think so the engineering working today on developing the capabilities that we have and working on a common KPI that we will measure is something essential for us. Emma, there was an misconception that I would say during COVID time. Everyone felt there was a significant reduction in the carbon dioxide emission rate. And this actually, though this might be negligible, it wasn't that much, but people were celebrating that they were seeing a better environment around the world. Do you believe this have helped in a way to shift the priority of people? How are they going to focus on in terms of what are the key focus area in the transition toward a cleaner, more sustainable future? Or did it shift the direction from energy to focus on other areas such as digital and healthcare?
Well, first of all, the reduction of CO2 emission during the pandemic was 7%, so we went back 10 years. But as you said, that this was more due to lockdown and slowdown, and probably we will be back at the same level of CO2 emission by 2025. And so if we don't change our strategy, we will be back in a situation which is not fine. So I think, honestly, that the pandemic has put more effort in all the companies to go towards the energy transition. Even though, you know, when you are in a recession and you tend not to invest too much, you are more, you know, concerned about your survival. I think that most of the companies understood very well that they have to invest in transition. So, of course, we have heard from Patrick and Amin what their company are doing. This is extraordinary. I had the experience with Eni, Eni, and they are doing the same. So renewables, CCUS, a lot of circular economy. So transforming completely the company. But I see that all the different companies are doing this. So of course, every industry has its own challenge. But for example, also steel, you know, there is a lot of, you know, of energy efficiency going on. There is a lot of research in hydrogen. You know, all the companies are doing this. So I think the shift is there. I totally agree on the fact that anyway, we have to invest strongly in technology, in skills, and we have to use all the different instruments that we have. But the shift is there. I see a lot of companies going this direction. For example, I also want to make another point. For example, I've seen a lot of companies make change in their value chain. So we all used to work in very global value chain. During the pandemic, a lot of companies decided to shorten their value chain, not because this is ideological, but because this is a risk management approach. It's better to have part of your production where you have also your consumer. This also has an impact in terms of sustainability, but I want also to underline that this has a limit, and in my opinion, we can shorten our value chain, but we have to keep our market global and open. I know that you have discussed a lot in other section of this point, but I also want to underline that this is a very key point. So sustainability is there, the shift is there, you know, technology is very important, but also let's keep our mind and also our market open and global, because only in this way, I hope we can go back to the level of production, of employment that we had in the past, and also give hope to our young people.
Yeah, we are all looking forward to that post-COVID, hopefully. Patrick, since you joined as the group CEO, you came and developed a very ambitious plan to actually focus your investment in low carbon. Specifically, if I would ask you to shed some light and let me know what are the most important technologies you're focusing on that will help you to reduce this carbon emission.
Yes, you know, as Emma just said, I think there is a clear commitment to actions towards carbon neutrality. By the way, that was the first recommendation of the task force of the B20, which was chaired by the chairman Abu Nayan from Aqua Power, to which I participated. Ourselves in Total, you know, we have in May, in the middle of the pandemic, expressed at the board level a very clear program and a clear statement on getting to net zero by 2050. So there is a clear path, a clear objective. And, you know, the big challenge we have all together, as it was said, I think by Amin, is more energy and less emissions, because the world requires more energy, you know, more energy because the population is growing, because you have a large part of the population around the world which is aiming for higher living standards, and we should all, of course, share that objective, but at the same time, we need to have less emissions. So we apply exactly this to our strategy within Total, you know, more energy because we are an energy producer, but less emissions. What does that mean? That means that we look to what could be the evolution of the energy mix between today and 2030, 40, 50. Of course, this will take time, like Adam said. There is not black and white, and the shift will not be done in one night. That's not true. It will take time and progressive evolution. But the trend is that, yes, there are new innovations. We are all looking, like Amin said as well, to innovation which could change the way, for example, oil will be used not as fuel, but as to make chemicals. So all that will be, and so there will be less use of oil, at least as fuel transportation in the future, and more new energies. In particular, we think that electricity will obviously be having a larger share of the energy mix when we look forward. What does that mean? That means that our strategy is based on two pillars. One, of course, is to continue to maintain on oil to be able to produce low-cost oil. But you know, my main competitor is there doing the panel, so I will not compete with Amin. So we have to know what we can do in that field as being an IOC. And you know, Total is very engaged in the Middle East, but unfortunately not in Saudi Arabia for producing oil, but I cannot compete again with Amin. Having said that, we are also thinking that natural gas has a strong future. And natural gas combined with, I would say, green natural gas, which will be decarbonizing natural gas, is possible with biogas, is possible with hydrogen. We can come back on hydrogen as well. Total, just recently, we have sold to a Chinese customer our first zero carbon LNG cargo tanker, you know, so it's possible to combine all our technologies to produce LNG with less carbon emissions. That's something very important for us because natural gas is a natural complement to renewables. And the other field in which we invest heavily, and this is the second pillar of strategy, is renewables. Renewables means solar, means wind onshore, means also offshore wind. For example, being able to develop floating offshore wind could be a way to I would say, valorize incredible resources from the oceans around the world. You know, we have these blue energy is there. How can we valorize offshore wind in the future? Floating offshore wind is a technology which is of interest. I mentioned, and when we speak about renewables, obviously an electricity energy storage is something on which we need to progress altogether because renewables are intermittent, because we need to be able to store this energy. Energy storage means batteries, means also hydrogen, which could be a good carrier for energy storage in the future. Ammonia, like it was mentioned as well by Amin. So that's also for me one of the key developments on which we need to focus. Unfortunately, we all know when we learn that at engineering school that electrons do not like to be kept. You know, it's very complex to store electrons. So we need to continue to invest. Hydrogen today is a star in many media. Let's be clear, today it's still, I think we are at this point of hydrogen where we were 10, 12 years ago for solar, for example. That means that we know all about it, but economically it's still very immature. So we will need to scale up hydrogen. Either it's coming from natural gas from part of it, combining it with CCS and what is called blue hydrogen, or green hydrogen from water and renewables. To be honest, people should not forget that to make green hydrogen, we should double of the size of the renewable capacities around the world because this will require more electricity. So let's look to these technologies, and I think there is a lot of things to be developed. So Total is embarked in this carbon neutrality. We have expressed some clear objectives, in particular to become one of the leading renewable company among the top 5 with high objectives. But let's be clear, we're not divest from oil and gas because, again, the world needs more energy but less emissions.
Thank you so much. It's music to my ears, Patrick, when I hear oil and gas companies speaking about renewables. So this is really where we're heading now, a complete change of mindset, and this is really the right direction we're going to. If I would just move to Mr. Adam Zielinski, and we'll ask you now, the SMEs accounts for majority of the business community, if I see around the globe. What help do you think and support do they need to be able to achieve the UN sustainability goals? What help do they need from the government?
Well, I have a short answer to what is needed. We need good regulatory frameworks, and we need availability to finance the technology. The combination of government and business working together to be able to produce the products that consumers want to buy will create the foundation for the transition that we're talking about.
This is great. Thank you so much. And Mr. Amin al-Nasser, if I can ask you now, during COVID, you know, how can the government capitalize on the disruption caused by COVID to design a more greener, resilient world?
Thank you, Manar. There are 2 points I'd like to make on this issue. First, COVID-19 is the biggest global shock to the world economy since, I would say, World War II. The economic impact has been very tough on young people, women, and people in developing countries. The response by many governments around the world has been equally quick, with more than approximately $10 trillion in economic stimulus and financial support, mainly in developed countries, by the way. This support also involves action and investment to build a cleaner and more sustainable future. In the energy sector, these investments should be broad-based and balanced. More attention is on new energy, climate-related project, circular economy, as Adam highlighted, but current or existing energy sources should also be included because they will be, as I said, part of the energy mix for decades. That's how we grow a real green, resilient, sustainable communities and jobs. Second, investing in the value chain of job-rich sectors and industries like manufacturing, where there are a large proportion of, as you highlighted in your question to Adam, SMEs. Tourism is also one such sector. It's also a focus area here in the kingdom. It is, by the way, rich in jobs involving many parts of the service sector. There are, of course, headwinds now, but tourism offer real-life experiences and connect people and countries and cultures. Climate change is definitely a top priority, and there is equal appetite for investment in climate-friendly related infrastructure. The pandemic, unfortunately, has exposed weakness in the global system, but has also clearly demonstrated the need for a closer alignment between the public-private sector, similar to the development of COVID-19 vaccines. So with the right ecosystem and regulatory environment, government can enable private sector participation and investment to find the right solution and contribute to the sustainable development goals. So there are definitely a lot of challenges ahead of us, but I think, especially as you highlighted in your earlier point about SMEs and the impact on them, and I have to say, looking at it here, they are really impacted big time following COVID-19, and regulatory ease is important. However, I think big companies need also to support by ensuring that payment is paid on time for them, by making sure that big contractors and suppliers continue to capitalize and utilize the SME, because I think looking at what's happening today with this COVID-19, the impact on SME is very significant, and it is really putting a lot of pressure on them. And I think this is where I think big companies, in addition to, of course, to government and what the governments do in terms of ease of regulations and stimulus, but big companies also can contribute by ensuring that we continue to provide them with business.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Anamir. Thank you for this answer. Thank you so much for all of our esteemed panelists. It's been a privilege to be with you today. Thank you on behalf of the B20 Saudi Arabia for all of our speakers. I hope you had a good session with us, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manar and your panelists for such an interesting session. We're about to begin a 15-minute break, but before we do so, I'd like to remind you to visit our virtual library where you can access several materials on the policy recommendations highlighted throughout the summit. Enjoy your break. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Now I would like to introduce our second session moderator, Ms. Nofer Rakan, CEO of Al-Imtiaz Consulting and B20 Executive Committee member. Over to you, Nof.
Thank you, Wiam. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen present with us today, and those joining us virtually from all over the world. Welcome and thank you for joining us for the B20 Saudi Arabia Summit, Transforming for Inclusive Growth. My name is Nofer Rakan. I will be moderating the second panel discussion, Building Resilient Trade Systems for Inclusive Growth. We are going through some of the most difficult and unprecedented events of this millennium. A pandemic that is sweeping the entire world. Global lockdown, global curfew, closed borders, shortages in supplies all over the world, driven by a massive disruption in global supply chain. And to top all of that, a chain of protectionism measures imposed by many countries. International trade is one of the most affected sectors of the global economy by COVID-19. In this panel, we will focus our discussion on the global challenges imposed by rising protectionism, as well as navigating the complexities of the new geopolitical and regulatory landscape. This panel will also cover the need for a WTO reform to drive the future of global trade while fostering e-commerce. And now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our guest speaker, Mr. Chad Bown. Mr. Bown is a Regional Jones Senior Fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics. Mr. Bown's research examines the international trade laws and institutions, trade negotiations, and trade disputes. He co-hosts Trade Talks, which is a weekly podcast on the economics of international trade policy. Mr. Bown previously served as a senior economist for international trade and investment at the White House on the Council of Economic Advisors, and most recently as a lead economist at the World Bank, conducting research and advising developing country governments for international trade policies for 7 years. Mr. Bown, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to join you here today. It's a huge pleasure, especially because I think we have so many challenges facing us in the current trade and investment climate. So what I thought I would do is to take a couple of moments to set the stage. We have a number of great panelists that are going to provide key business insights as to how we can get ourselves out of these challenges. But I think it's important to start to understand some of the depth of what we're facing today. And so what I thought I would do is to take us back before the pandemic. And so even if you just think about where we were in December of 2019, January of 2020, the agenda, the trade agenda was immense to begin with. We had WTO reform initiatives that were screaming out to be met. We need to fix the impasse over the appellate body. Any new or even old trade rules really aren't that meaningful if governments, businesses, workers lack the ability to enforce those rules. Right now, we don't have a functioning system in the most important trade area out there in the world, the WTO, to ensure that everybody's rights and commitments will be assessed. So we need to fix that, and that was on the agenda before we even started. More proactively, there were talks to deal with investment facilitation, e-commerce, addressing especially the needs of small and medium-sized enterprises, services regulation, the ongoing fishery subsidies negotiations that are already overdue under the UN Sustainable Development Goals. All of this was on the agenda heading into 2020. And 2020, as all years do, provided challenges for its own right. We had WTO legal disputes that have come along that have had to deal with some of the most challenging, pressing issues that the trading system has ever had to deal with. Think of Boeing and Airbus. After 15 years of litigation, still we haven't resolved that. But these are sort of normal challenges, challenging challenges, but normal challenges for the system to have to face, even if it were running smoothly. And of course, right now, things really aren't running smoothly. We have an ongoing trade war between two of the largest economies out there in the trading system. It's temporarily on pause, but no one should rest assured that things are getting any better between the United States and China, that there aren't huge geopolitical challenges ahead, including for the trading system. And then finally, of course, we've had the pandemic. COVID-19 has brought an unprecedented set of challenges to public health officials, to public policy officials in the economic realm as they deal with recessions, economies being shut down, started up again, perhaps potentially being shut down again or changed in different ways. The pandemic has posed challenges to supply chains in ways not previously contemplated and envisioned. My own personal view is that many supply chains have actually proven to be incredibly resilient, but there have been large shocks on both the demand side for what consumers and businesses and people really need in these challenging times that we weren't prepared for, and also the supply side in terms of how businesses are able to respond to those changing needs. Regardless, there are challenges to supply chains and the resilience that policymakers are now looking into and that add other items to the agenda that we all face in dealing with the trading system. So you put all that together and you now have a trade agenda that was already incredibly full before we headed into 2020. And now with the pandemic and the additional challenges that poses has made it even more so. And so what I want to do at this stage is to turn it over to our panel to help us understand, amplify, and make better sense of the challenges that we're confronting today, and maybe some practical steps that we can take to help us make progress in this area.
All right, we're just 30 seconds out.
This is indeed a great introduction to our panel. Now I would like to turn to our esteemed panelists. I'm pleased to be joined today by Mr. Ajay Banga, which is the Chief Executive Officer of MasterCard. Ajay is also a co-founder of the Cyber Readiness Institute, the Chairman of International Chamber of Commerce, and a trustee of the United States Council for International Business. I'm also pleased to be joined by Mr. Mark Tucker, Group Chairman of HSBC, and the co-chair of the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force. Mr. Tucker has over 30 years' experience in the financial services industry in Asia and in the UK, including 25 years based in Hong Kong. And finally, we are joined by Ms. Shinta Kamdani, CEO of Syntesa Group and co-chair of the B20 Women in Business Action Council. Shinta is also involved in numerous business and social activities, including her role as the Vice Chairwoman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Employers Association of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Now, as we all know, technology or digitalization is the biggest winner during the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to start by asking you, Ajay, how will technology advancement impact the future of global trade and regulatory complexities? And how will that impact the growth and competitiveness of micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs?
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I think technology is transforming everything we're dealing with, even beyond the COVID situation, where clearly it has brought into focus the importance of technology in dealing with our day-to-day lives. But the fact is that 5G and the Internet of Things and the nature in which technology and devices are connecting together is going to change everything. Every device will become a device of commerce. Every device will become a device of communication of some type. And the quantum of data being generated effectively will multiply many times over than what we are seeing even today. In fact, data, unlike oil, will be infinite. It'll have any amount of capability of being generated over this period of time. And I think that changes things fundamentally in two ways. The first way is that the actual form of trade is changing. So services and data are growing much faster than manufactured goods trade. And you would expect that because every manufactured good in turn uses services and data to be able to improve their own efficiency, capability, reduce the costs, improve the quality. And second, both developed and developing countries, as well as micro SMEs and multinationals, all need services and data to be able to make themselves succeed in this world. So I think there's an angle to technology that's driving greater service and data trade as a percentage. And then the second part of this has to do with the facilitation of trade, where trade has traditionally been too paper dependent and therefore way too complicated, slow, cumbersome, and difficult to control. A digitized method of doing so would make trade far more efficient and far less friction in the processes. So I think technology impacts both sides of that. It impacts the SMEs and multinationals. There is the issue, therefore, which I think is the complexity, which is how do we deal with protectionism around data, around cybersecurity, around privacy, and how does that get handled on the one hand? And on the second aspect of this is how do we navigate standards? Because I think if you don't have standards, either it be IoT or 5G, or for that matter, in the way in which we digitize trade flows and data transmission or cross-border data use, I think the more friction we introduce, the less standards we have, the more troublesome the growth of services and data would be in our future trade flows.
Excellent insight. Based on that, Mark, how do you think MSMEs could be helped in these difficult times, especially in the international trade environment?
Thank you again. As Ajay said, a great pleasure to be here. I mean, MSMEs are really the backbone of economies. I think when you think about how significant they represent around 95% of companies worldwide and 60% of employment. And they've faced, I think as Chad has said, a disproportionate impact from COVID. And smaller businesses tend to have limited financial resources and borrowing capacity. Many are in economic sectors, including food, service and retail, that have been particularly affected by social distancing and other measures. And MSMEs integrated into the global value chains often have very few alternative buyers and suppliers, so they are hit particularly hard by supply chain disruptions. And in our B20 Trade and Investment Task Force recommendations, we call for support measures, a number of support measures, including facilitating trade finance, bridging the digital divide, as Ajay has eloquently gone through, and support for services like the tourism industry, which has been particularly hard hit by the pandemic and in which MSMEs play a major role. Let me just spend a couple of seconds on trade finance. The pandemic has exposed unmet demand as well as supply issues in trade finance, with MSME applications for trade finance facing a much higher rejection rate. And the Asian Development Bank, the ADB, estimated that already in 2019, the global shortfall in trade finance stood at around $1.5 trillion. The International Chamber of Commerce now believes that this trade finance gap has increased to $2.5 trillion. And there's a critical need to close the gap, especially for MSMEs. And we see scope to address supply side issues. And let me just, in the last few seconds, give you a quick sense of that. The first is around applying an appropriate capital treatment to trade finance. This is supported by the consistently low risk seen in trade finance default rates, despite ongoing trade tensions and global economic uncertainty, and reducing the risk-weighted assets required to be held by banks by a conservative scale factor would release massive amounts of trapped capital that can unlock $1.2 to $2 trillion of additional trade finance supply. So we recommended to the G20 that regulators should be encouraged to assess this. Second, to push for greater levels of public-private partnerships. And one example of this is a recent deal that we've done with ADB to establish a supply chain financing program to support companies producing critical COVID-19 supplies. And this has enabled up to 1.2 billion of additional trade by MSMEs. And this is a replicable model that helps get trade finance precisely when and where it's needed most. Operational disruptions, again, from the pandemic have drawn attention to the paper-based nature of the system of many trade finance transactions, and digitization can make it safer, faster, and more inclusive. And again, vast amounts of data can be used for risk assessment and faster decisions. So we've asked the G20 to allow the legal use of electronic negotiable instruments using existing frameworks. All of this, and again, the last point is around the high tariffs and trade restrictions. We've done some research with BCG during the B20 Saudi presidency, which quantifies the cost of the choice between rising protectionism and liberal trade policy reform. And the G20 countries stand to gain an increase of $10 trillion in GDP by 2025 if we can embrace an open and fair trading system, cut red tape, and refrain from really adding restrictive measures. So I think that sort of gives you a sense.
Thank you very much, Mark. Indeed. I want to go to Ms. Shinta and again discussing how technology helped. My question is, how did technology, how has COVID-19 accelerated e-commerce solutions in ways that couldn't be improved upon in the future, specifically for MSMEs?
Yeah. Actually, in Indonesia, due to COVID-19, we all witnessed the importance of e-commerce for business players and consumers. And this is really becoming a wake-up call, especially for the MSME. Right now, our MSME is 97% of our economy, and we have about 175 million people, actually, internet users in Indonesia. Now, because of COVID, a lot of people, consumers now, of course, they cannot go to their local markets or mall. And now, because of the lockdowns, they have to start doing transaction online. And suddenly, you can really see this shift. How, you know, we have the figures for the last 6 months. Actually, there's an increase for over 10 million shoppers for the last 6 months. So the goods that are being traded also in the e-commerce expand from the usual fast-moving consumer goods and fashion, electronics. Now it goes into even daily groceries. They actually buy daily groceries out of online. So the business that start to go online sales in COVID are mostly now actually MSME. And although the case may vary from country to country across the board, increased access and utilization of e-commerce, I think, are greatly beneficial for business and all consumers all around. So to hasten e-commerce solutions in the future, I think we need policy environment that foster the growth, technical facilitation to enable borderless trade through e-commerce, and cooperation to create sufficient cross-border protection and cooperation to e-commerce consumer, primarily in the terms of digital security, privacy, as well as consumer protection. At the same time, I think global leaders need to also bear in mind that there are significant gaps between developed and developing countries in benefiting from e-commerce. So developing countries has definitely some clear disadvantage in some of the fundamental elements that may enable MSME and consumer to benefit from e-commerce. Primarily, lack of digital infrastructure. I mean, we can really feel in Indonesia right now, you know, because we are geographically location from island to island, the digital infrastructure is still a big issue. Financial inclusion and capability to adapt to the technology. Many of our MSME are not used to this technology. So we suddenly, within the span of such a short period, we need to educate, we need to improve their skill in order to be able to support and bring the market access to technology. So I think this is really something that is very, very important to focus on. And we believe that the G20 leaders should address this, some of these issues to ensure that there are the level playing field and fair benefit of e-commerce between businesses and consumers in developed countries and developing countries. I'm not sure to the extent of what developing economies can be given a leverage in terms of plurilateral agreements on e-commerce. However, I do believe that to improve the utilization and fair benefits of e-commerce in the future, leaders certainly need to address these gaps, especially for developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Shinta. Chad, I want to reference yesterday's session about multilateralism. It was a really rich session. But there was that very interesting comment that COVID-19 has revealed the weaknesses of international governance system. My question to you, how can we actually strengthen that system?
I think the first thing that governments need to do is to kind of recognize what elements of the pandemic just simply can't be addressed without global cooperation. And I think there, at some level, has been a failure to recognize that still, right? You know, I've spent a lot of time, and this isn't really the remit of this group, but thinking about this issue of vaccines and vaccine allocation. And that would seem to be the most obvious way in which cooperation could take place. Nobody is safe until everyone is safe, right? And we've established a global facility to be able to handle this, and yet we don't have all of the major economies buying into this, recognizing that even on just pure health grounds, you know, we can't deal with the ramifications until we take care of people everywhere. And you know, once you recognize the level of interconnectedness that's there in the public health space, then hopefully it also then carries over to the economic space as well. And we're seeing in many respects how I think supply chains have actually helped, you know, some countries facilitate the challenges that they face, right? We're so interdependent with each other now economically, but that's in good ways. We're struggling at different times. That means we can't be completely self-reliant and access, whether it be goods or services or healthcare, ourselves in our times of need right now. And so there's tremendous opportunities for gains to be made from global cooperation, especially through the G20, if leaders were to recognize this. And I think this has been a bit slow on the uptake. Now, to be fair, this pandemic has posed challenges that we have never seen before. It's not surprising that leaders didn't have a playbook for how to immediately respond to this in terms of the toolkit and the policy levers that they would need to deploy. But now that we're 8-10 months into this thing, we have to recognize that the only way that we're going to get out of this is through increased cooperation with each other. And I think that's going to mean that we're going to have to put some of our differences into other areas aside and really seize the moment to be able to take advantage of this and to realize, therefore, the opportunities that are there. But I think that the first and foremost, there just has to be a change in mindset by leaders recognizing that while it's important to deal with your domestic populations, looking inward for solutions, unfortunately, is not the way to get us out of this and to lead us forward.
Thank you, Chad. Absolutely. I think COVID-19 did really reveal how interdependent we are. Following on your point, I wanted to ask you, Ajay, how can we make supply chains more resilient to systematic shocks from lessons learned from this pandemic?
Yeah, Nav, I think I just want to add one aspect which connects to that and what Chad just said. I think that, post the Second World War, the institutions of multilateralism helped to create an expectation of collaboration and trust. And today, the expectation has become the exception. And I think we have to change mindsets among like-minded nations and leadership that brings back the idea of an expectation as compared to an exception. And I believe that if you look at us from the viewpoint of my sitting as chair of the International Chamber of Commerce on the one hand, where we represent 45 million SMEs and micro SMEs, and then in my head as running MasterCard, coming back to your supply chain question there, I think there are three things here. We're mixing up precautionism and protectionism. Let me explain what I mean. Precautionism to me is perfectly logical at a time of crisis. Protecting your citizens, looking after them first, or even in the case of data and technology, ensuring cybersecurity and privacy for your citizenry, I get that. But that does not mean that things should not be interoperable or interconnected, as Chad Josso just said. So I think the difference between the two depends on the mindset and policies. And so let me get to the policies for a minute, particularly on data and technology. The first is, if you go back to the financial crisis of 2008 and 2009, one of the things that the G20 did very well, which Mark knows well, was we created something called the FSB, the Financial Stability Board, which allowed regulators and financial institutions and others to come together to discuss rules, policies, standards, and ideas in the space so we wouldn't balkanize our financial markets and maybe end up exacerbating the issue rather than collaborating. We need that on data and technology. We need a data and technology board for the coming decade, just as we had a financial stability board for the prior decade. The second little thing I think we can work on to make these chains more resilient is standards, and that comes with this. I think that if you don't have standards, how does an SME compete when every product you sell to every different country has standards that are different? It's fine. Large companies and MNCs have many lawyers and many engineers to adjust and adapt their product market to market. SMEs don't. And if SMEs are going to remain the lifeblood of our economy, and by the way, the core of our supply chains, then we have to give them a level playing field. And one of the best ways to give them a level playing field, in addition to the trade finance that Mark spoke to, is the standards of systems. And so one of the standards I'm referring to is a digitally acceptable universal identity. If you do not have identities that are digital and universally acceptable, how will businesses and individuals trade with each other in the coming world of IoT and 5G? We need to get ahead of this. And then the last point was back to what Shinta said, which is we need to embrace the idea of making SMEs go digital, because going digital removes the issue of distribution complexity. That's what gives them a level playing field to reach other markets. And so getting them to understand technology, payments, safety, privacy, those things, launching products and tools that enable SMEs to do a simple way to go online is really important. At MasterCard, we've got something called Digital Doors, which helps that. The ICC is doing a number of things on the Digital Standards Initiative. A number of us, public and private, are working on this. And that's to conclude the point on supply chain, back to public-private cooperation, which Chad raised. Without that, there is no such solution. So it's collaboration, an expectation of collaboration, not the exception, the idea of a data and technology board like the FSB, and the idea of having a digitally acceptable universal identity, along with trade finance facilitation, than standards that will enable these supply chains to keep working through difficult times.
Ajay, if we are to discuss the recovery from COVID-19 and also talking on a macro level, if I ask you a question about how can global trade play a role in the economic recovery post-COVID-19, what would that be?
Well, I think that right from the vaccines, the distribution of vaccines is a form of global trade. Honestly, if we don't get equitable availability of vaccines, we're all unsafe. And so that's the first example. But if I could step back for a second, I think that the world's problems are on three sides of a triangle. One side is one versus many. That's the issue of availability of vaccines equitably, economic equality, social equality, ethnic equality, whatever way you want to define the one versus many, that's one problem. Trade certainly goes to help towards that. The second one is humanity versus nature. That's all the issues we are facing on climate, on ecology, on water, or on air pollution. That's the second side of the triangle. Again, trade can be unbelievably helpful in having a sustainable way to grow through that. We need to adapt both these sides to work the right way. But the reason the triangle stays like that is because, unfortunately, the third side of the triangle is very strong. And that's the trade-off between long-termism and short-termism. We are making way too many decisions in politics, in business, in society, and as individuals that are more short-term in nature than they need to be. And that's the same with precautionism versus protectionism. We need to think a little beyond looking downwards, look forward and realize that this is all interconnected, to Chad's point. And therefore, trade done the right way, with people understanding the guide rails around it and investing in recreating, skilling, training, and digitization, we can help to solve one versus many, humanity versus nature, and raise our eyes a little above and start looking at the medium to long term, not just the short term.
Thank you, Ajay. Mark, humanity, nature, sustainability. Is there a role for sustainability-focused initiatives in trade in the recovery as well?
Thank you. Yes. I mean, I think maybe just to add to Ajay's point on the last question about sort of global trade playing a role in the recovery, I agree 100% with Ajay's points. I think in the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force, we put forward 4 recommendations around reforming the WTO, fostering the growth of e-commerce, promoting trade in services, and facilitating trade finance, and promoting coherence, which Chad and Ajay have spoken about in the multilateral system of the world. And I think all of this is significant, and I think it's worth mentioning that as the context for particularly the, as you say, sustainability-focused initiatives in trade. Global trade is absolutely essential to the recovery, and not only to the recovery, but to building a more sustainable post-COVID world, which includes clearly supporting the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, trade appeared to be approaching an inflection point, and this was driven by the growing role of China and the general shift eastwards of the global focus of global trade. And we've seen many examples of retreats from international agreements and cooperation, and really the increasing politicization of trade and the threats and the use of tariffs and sanctions. Over the last 6 months, COVID has added to this a seismic shift in ESG and in attitudes towards ESG. It's as has been said, it's underlined the importance of resilience in supply chains. Also, what's happened is by identifying and measuring key ESG criteria, you can gain a clear view of the full impacts and vulnerabilities of your end-to-end supply chains. It's also shone a spotlight on the role and responsibility of corporates to engage with a broader set of societal issues, such as inequality or social justice. And as we've discussed earlier, trade has a particularly important role to play in supporting MSMEs, driving access to finance and broader-based and more inclusive economic growth. Our own research has shown that 85% of firms globally are seeing sustainability as a priority. And as a bank, certainly we as many others are committed to supporting this and want to lead by example, and have announced bold ambitions to align our own portfolio of financed emissions to achieve net zero by 2050 and to target net zero in our own operations and supply chain by 2030. And we've also made a $1 trillion pledge in this direction. So I think you can see, again, many of us taking this enormously seriously. Governments, businesses, international bodies fundamentally need to work together to support a more sustainable post-COVID world. And as Ajay has said, and Chad, through effectively ensuring rules are fair, standards are aligned, and barriers are lowered. And in the policy paper, again, we specifically asked G20 leaders to align trade and investment rules to support the global sustainability agenda. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, fighting climate change, and ensuring a smooth transition to more sustainable and diversified economic development. And the sharpened focus on sustainability and resilience driven by the pandemic means there's now a greater opportunity than ever for trade and investment to promote inclusive transformation and really drive the recovery of the international economy, as well as fostering innovation in products fighting climate change. So just to end with, I mean, to achieve economic development that also protects the planet will require the G20 to combine long-term capacity building in developing countries with a greater focus on the contribution of trade to climate change mitigation. And that will require diversifying national economies and avoiding new tariff and non-tariff barriers in the pursuit of these critically important environmental objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Shinta, from what Mark said, I take the call that has been issued on government, on trade and finance rules to be eased up. I wanted to ask you, what needs to be done by governments to close the financing gap, preventing the development of sustainable infrastructure?
Well, first of all, I wanted to kind of follow through some of what Mark was saying about investing in SDG. I think we really believe that this is the time for business to invest in SDG. And we have many discussions with our government as well. Because while business now, a lot of the businesses are kind of transforming and focusing much on how to integrate SDG to their business model, I think government needs to also put this as a priority. So while we are talking about closing the financing gap in the development of, you mentioned, sustainable infrastructure, to me is the same as talking also about the public-private partnership. We need the government, first of all, their commitment that they want to develop sustainable infrastructure. That's to begin with. And the first challenge has been to what extent that government enable or allow business to actually participate. This scheme, we call it the public-private partnership or PPP scheme. Second, how strong is the commitment from the government to back up this PPP scheme? When actually right now with the current condition, when the economy is contracted, what is really the priority of the government? Will the government pay attention to this sustainable infrastructure? We know that not all governments have enough resources or political will to support the development of sustainable infrastructure. We realize now, for example, I can give you example in our government. I think so much focus now is on the recovery of the economy, providing stimulus and so forth. So this is some of the work that we have been working is also kind of regress or put on hold. So this is something that we need to pay attention to. Without, I think, the backup from business and investor, without the backup from the government, business and investor will definitely be holding back from jumping into investment and closing the financing gap simply due to the nature of infrastructure investment itself. As we know, infrastructure obviously have huge capital, high risk in project development, long-term return, and etc. If we assume that government have a PPP scheme, then I think some of the next challenges that we need to pay attention is how attractive the investment climate and investment scheme they offered to the investors so that investors will be attracted to invest in such sustainable infrastructure projects. Bearing in mind, I want to just according to UNCTAD forecast on global FDI inflows, I think global investment will plunge up to 40% in 2020 and will continue to remain below $1.5 trillion until 2022. In this regard, I think the first thing that the government need to do is to affirm and reaffirm themselves that they showcase their commitment to enable and facilitate PPP in sustainable infrastructure. This will be crucial in building investor also confidence to co-finance the sustainable infrastructure in the country, particularly within the current global investment climate. Secondly, it will be best if government can also open market access for more PPP in this area and invite as many private investors as possible to ensure that also government can invite more private funds as possible to close this financing gap. And thirdly, I would suggest that government...
I agree with you, Shanta.
I would suggest that
we are running out of time. I'm really sorry, Shanta. We have only 1 minute to close the session. Chad, I know this is, we're talking about international trade, and I know the time is very limited, but I can't leave the session without asking you about tariffs. Fixing imbalances through tariffs, does it really work? Can you sum it up in 1 minute?
I can sum it up in one word: no. We now have lots of evidence of that for the last two plus years. But I think the key is we need to learn from those lessons, right? Imbalances are a problem, though they're not really driven by trade policy. They're driven by sort of macroeconomic imbalances that they do need to be discussed and addressed within the G20 context. But it's not a tariffs problem. It's not a tariff solution. Tariffs create their own problem for the trading system and discourage countries from cooperating. And so we need to stop doing that and get back to cooperating to address all the challenges that lay ahead of us.
Thank you very much, Chad. And it's indeed, it's a big topic. International trade is the topic of the hour. And I would love if we had more time for this panel, but I think that we've had extremely fruitful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I really thank you for joining us today and for this fruitful discussion. I want to leave you with a final note. I think while we're all working here together on bringing solutions to help revive the international trade, there are doctors and health practitioners around the world working to help save millions of lives. I just want to say, God bless them. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Ms. Nofa Rakan and your panelists. It was a very informative discussion on global trade. Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Dima Yahya, Digital Economy and Innovation Advisor. Over to you, Dima.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, and welcome to joining us, and especially this session. I am Dima Yahya, and I'll be moderating this session that we will be focusing on a key global challenge, which is humanizing technological transformation. In this session, we will be discussing on how to make digital transformation work for the global economy and our society as a whole. This includes increasing digital access for everyone, fostering cybersecurity for people and businesses, and making sure that the disadvantaged are integrated in a more inclusive future. Now, to open our discussion, I'd like to introduce our guest speaker, Mr. Robert Atkinson, who will be offering some opening remarks. Mr. Atkinson is the founder and president of the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, recognized as the world's top think tank for tech policy. He is leading scholar and thinker on innovation economics, and one of our top doers, dreamers, and drivers of information technology are just a couple of titles he has been given in the press. Mr. Atkinson is a member of the U.S. Department of Commerce National Advisory Council on Innovation and Entrepreneurship and the State Department's Advisory Committee on International Communication and Information. He has been appointed to various strategic advisory positions by Clinton, Bush, Obama, and Trump administrations. And he also has been approached to be part of the advisory group to the UK Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation. Mr. Atkinson, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you all. It's an honor to be here. I'm sorry that we all can't be together physically, but this technology is definitely the next best thing. So I'm going to just frame this very quickly because there's an awful lot of concern about making sure that these technologies move forward in a way that enables and includes everybody around the world, and that's rightly so. But I think we also have to make sure that the conversation and the dialogue and the framing of these technologies is done the right way. Otherwise, we risk essentially, I think, instilling fear and panic. With any new technology system, there's often considerable confusion and even hype. ITIF released a report a little over a year ago called The Task Ahead, Transforming the World with Connectivity, Automation, and Intelligence. And we argued there's three big kinds of technology, connectivity technology, which is IoT and 5G, automation or autonomous systems, and obviously intelligence, meaning AI and other kinds of machine learning. So hype is important in a way. You want people to be excited. Bill Janeway, in his book, Doing Capitalism the Innovation Way, he talked about the fact that if you don't have irrational exuberance, investors sit on the sidelines, entrepreneurs don't take risks. So at one level, you want some irrationality. You want people to be, wow, this is going to be great. I'm going to take risks. But at the same time, I think there's a risk that we could go too far. And that some people hype this technology so much, they say, for example, change is happening so fast, it's unprecedented. We've never seen anything like it before. And the response for many people, if you hear that, is that doesn't sound good. I think we should slow this down or maybe stop it. And you hear this narrative constantly. AI is so powerful, it'll destroy jobs. You even have some pundits say AI essentially will become super AI and it'll take over and destroy the human race. I mean, it's very, very strange and just wrong. You hear things like IoT is going to be so ubiquitous it'll lead to a, quote, surveillance society. When we have those kinds of narratives, those are narratives that basically instill fear, and they lead policymakers to think about how can we slow this down rather than speed it up. So the reality is we're not seeing exponential change. Digital transformation is no faster than earlier technology revolutions. Just take 5G, for example. We've been talking about 5G for 6-7 years, and we're slowly getting 5G. It's being deployed. China and the US lead in deployment, but other countries are getting there. And it'll take another 4 or 5 years to deploy 5G systems. And then at some point, we'll start talking about 6G, and that'll take another 10 or 15 years. When we look at, for example, fears of the end of work, we've seen statements that 47% of jobs will be automated. And when you really look at the evidence from the OECD and others, the reality is it's 10, 15, maybe 20% over a period of time, nothing really too different from what we've seen in the past. And yet the media stories will always cover the 47, or in one case, one Silicon Valley pundit said about 8 years ago that we'd lose 80% of jobs to technology in 10 years. I don't think that quite worked out for him, but he's still quoted widely in the press as a pundit. So, and lastly, I think there's a real concern about how we're portraying AI. There's this, I think, widely held view among certainly some people that AI is inherently untrustworthy, that companies don't have incentives to build trustworthy and accountable AI systems. And there's really no evidence to suggest that that's the case. Just like any other product, companies have a lot of incentives to build it in a way that serves consumer needs, customer needs. And there are in many, many areas of AI, many AI application areas that are already regulated, where any new AI is going to be regulated as just any other new technology. We think about that in transportation. No car company is going to be able to deploy an AI algorithm in a car that isn't fully tested and approved by regulators. So I think overall, I think it's important that particularly the business community in the G20 talks about these technologies in a way that balances both the promise and the opportunity, but not make it look like this is happening so fast. This is not the fourth industrial revolution. This is not this, paradigmatic change. It's an important technology evolution, and it's going to be important. It's going to be a benefit to pretty much everybody around the globe. And I think the way we should be framing it, just to close, is we should be thinking about what are the things both business and government sectors can do, oftentimes in partnership with civil society, to enable better adoption of technology, to reduce the digital divide, to make sure that there's privacy, to make sure that there's cybersecurity. But that's very different than sort of hamstringing in kind of like a Gulliver-like way, tying down innovators and companies so that they can't bring forward these technologies. So in other words, I think the role of government, rather than oftentimes to overregulate, is rather to enable and to make sure that everybody can participate in what I think will be an important technology evolution going forward. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Fascinating analysis to some of the issues that we're going to cover today, and a great way to open our conversation, actually. Now, let me introduce our panelists for today. I'm delighted to be joined today by Cedric Nicky, CEO of Industries and member of the Managing Board of Siemens AG and co-chair of the B20 Digitization Task Force. Mr. Nicky has extensive experience of different aspects of the technology world and how it impacts for our everyday lives. Having worked at Cisco Systems and Siemens, he is a particular expert on how our infrastructure needs to change to reflect the needs and attitudes of tomorrow's world. I am also delighted to have Diane Wang as well as a panelist, founder and CEO of DHgate and co-founder and co-chair of our B20 Saudi Arabia Digitization Task Force. DHgate.com was founded in 2004 and has grown into a top e-commerce platform connecting SME suppliers to millions of global buyers. Prior to setting up DHgate, Ms. Wang held senior positions at Microsoft, Cisco Systems, and co-founded China's first B2C marketplace, Joyo.com, which was acquired later on by Amazon. We also have Cecilia Bonfeld-Dahl, Director General of Digital Europe, with us today. Digital Europe is a leading technical industry association and represents more than 35,000 digital companies in Europe. Ms. Bonfeld-Dahl is also involved in tech policy making at the highest level. She is a board member of the European Commission Digital Skills and Job Coalition and the European Parliament-led European Internet Forum, among other positions. What a great honor and pleasure to have you all. And to jump on the discussion, as Mr. Atkins just talked a lot about the influence in AI, especially on the private sector. So if I would direct the question to you, Cedric, trust in AI remains varied. What are its advantages and what needs to be done to encourage its adoption, especially by the private sector?
Well, I mean, AI is a complex topic, and Rob addressed it very nicely. It could be seen as something very scary, or it could be seen as something which actually is a tool to help. And I mean, we as Siemens have seen a couple of industrial revolution. We're a 173-year-old startup, so we've seen industrial revolution scare people all along the changes which have happened. and AI is no other. It's a tool which can be used. So if I look at we have roughly 220 AI research projects at Siemens, so using AI for lots of different things. And as long as we use it for something which is very applicable, one is we have a very old factory in Amberg, which is a little village in Germany. It's one of the most advanced factories in the world because we are using constantly new technology, including AI, to make it competitive. So we can actually in Germany be hyper competitive because, for example, we're doing quality inspection and reduce by 30% the defects which you have. Instead of trying to scan everything, we can predict in which combination something happens. So the first thing of AI, it's a technology. You have to apply it to a very logical process, in this case, optimizing sort of quality output, or in other, optimizing the amount of variance you can produce. And what you see is that people actually accept it because it enables actually our factory workers in Germany or Bad Neustadt, which are super high cost areas, to be competitive by using additional technology to bring them in the right direction. So the first one is really focus. That's the first thing you need to do for AI. The second one is trust. You actually need to open it up and make it transparent and actually have really sort of privacy and cybersecurity rules sort of applied around it. So that's important. You need to create the infrastructure so people can actually use it. You need to make sure that people are trained. We spend €500 million a year to train our people. I did for example, after high school, I did a trainee program. In our trainee program now, 18-year-old kids get trained on AI from the beginning, so they lose the fear. And then we need to make sure that the regulatory framework and also is put in place, and that we put the right talent in place. So if you take this, you put the AI in focus, you make sure that you build trust around it, you train the people on using it, and continuously put it in place, you can actually take those risks and fear away. A bit like if you've seen Charlie Chaplin in the modern times, super afraid of automatization. Well, life has evolved to it because we have learned on how to sort of use it. And that's the same which happens to AI.
Totally agree, and AI is becoming a huge enabler for sectors going forward in an economical and social impact as well. So if I would dilute the discussion to you, Diane, on what role does e-commerce play in empowering micro SMEs and women to access international markets, considering that also AI is a big player in empowering and enabling e-commerce?
Thank you, Dima. Actually, I think cross-border e-commerce has become a leading force in international trade, enabling SMEs, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and women to access global markets, providing everyone with equal competition and dramatically lowering the entry barrier of international trade. According to research by United States of Southern California, e-commerce continues to be an important pathway for SMEs and women to benefit from international trade, such as first, reduce exporting costs by up to 82%, increase the number of economies reached by 10 times, and a double growth when compared with non-digital SMEs, and a double participation of women-led SMEs. In turn, these SMEs are more productive, pay higher wages, and are more innovative, creating positive spillover benefits on home economies. Thus, stronger, more inclusive growth comes from supporting and advancing them in e-commerce. But more work remains to be done on international markets and how to internationalizing SMEs and women-led business, such as eliminating trade barriers and trade costs, creating guidelines for digital interoperability and capacity building in cross-border e-commerce. We must walk the walk to cultivate SMEs, survive and thrive amid the crisis.
Well, thank you, Dayan. Technology has been a big enabler, and especially e-commerce, to create opportunities for women and youth, either access to knowledge, either access to jobs, and it all depends on culture and cultural change. And I think that education is a big enabler to culture change. And here's where I see that improving digital skills will clearly be key to unleashing the opportunity and harness the benefits of technology for the business and society. So if I would ask you, Cecilia, in your opinion, what investment is needed at what level? Schools, adult education, workplace training? How should governments and the business community work together to get to that level?
So if I can choose, please, all of the three above. I think concrete investment definitely need to be done in all three categories that you mentioned. In schools, we need to start much, much earlier, actually, to educate children, and not only in computer thinking and creative thinking on how to use technology, but also hard skills like coding. It is quite amazing that the only language which is universal, which is coding, is not taught as a basic skill to all kids. We teach them to sew and to make woodworks, but we don't teach them how to do efficiency and coding at a very early age. It's actually a very creative skill, and you can use it in many different things and in many different sectors across the board when you are finishing the school. Education, I would say there are two major categories: specialists and more generic skills. Generic skills, of course, if you are a nurse, you will have to operate and know how to use data, how to analyze data, and how to use technology in your job. And we know that for a fact that around 52 to 54% of the workforce needs to be reskilled, and this was even before COVID, in the next 5 years due to disruption. And I do agree with Rob that he said there is no proof that there will be less jobs, not at all. Actually, there is quite a lot of evidence that there will be more jobs. Right now, what we will be missing is actually the people. We know that 85% of all the jobs that will exist in 5 years, they actually don't exist yet. So we really need a huge reskilling of the workforce. And then, of course, the more specialist educational skills. So that might be, architects, data architects, and really a hardcore specialist. We will miss millions of these, and we really, really need to focus also on getting the right skills, cybersecurity skills, and not least the last one, which is the reskilling of the existing workforce. For example, now Cedric mentioned manufacturing, and I know that in Germany, and they're doing a great job. We could learn a lot from that, but we know that we will have to reskill more of half of the workforce, not only actually in the manufacturing, but in health, in all other sectors. And we have actually developed in our Belgium association an algorithm model that can analyze job disruption and look at, if you are a certain role in a certain sector, what will be the nearest skills that you will be able to be reskilled to have in 5 years. So we have very advanced technology skills actually also to do that kind of forecasting of education. So we also need AI to really help us to look into the future and to plan for these big investments. Luckily, I can say that the European Commission has dedicated 20% of the 750 billion COVID recovery plan for digital transformation, and that we are working very closely together right now with the 27 member states of Europe to actually fund these cross-pan-European projects. Of course, it goes internationally too. It is one good step in the right direction, but it's really crucial to let governments understand one of the major challenges of the future of digital society.
Jasha, can I make a comment to Cecilia? Can we make it dynamic?
go ahead.
Okay, I was just saying, because Cecilia said something important, when you have a digital gap, which we definitely have, I mean, if you go, society is being torn apart by the ones which can and the ones which can't sort of join this digital sort of change. One element is exactly what Cecilia said. We need to train our people. We need to give them the skills, and I gave a lot of examples. The other thing we have to do is we have to dumb down technology. So the one thing why the iPad was very successful is because it was, you give it to a 3-year-old and they can use it. What we're also trying to do is also trying to use low-code or no-code mechanisms. So the capability to not have very complex code, but actually pictorial or other elements for people to be able to join and participate in this coding environment. So there's a lot of capabilities to do that. So I think we have two responsibilities. One, to bring people along by training them, investing in them, enabling them to be able to speak their language. But on the other side, we need to bring our technology and not make it more and more complex, but simplifying it so that people can actually also use it, join it, and the iPad is a great example, but a lot of the low-code or no-code initiatives are super important, just as an add-on what you said, Cecilia.
Actually, to that note, Cedric, capacity building and upskilling of professionals at private sector is very important and enabler for digital transformation. So considering companies like Siemens are ahead when it comes to digitizing business, so how can you glean key learnings from your sector and apply to others through a global lens?
So, as I said, I'll make it short. I mean, I call it TPP. You need technology, you need processes, and you need people, right? The first thing you need the technology. So Siemens has done 2 of the big industrial revolution, and the digital revolution was coming. We spent 10 billion to acquire software skills. We're now one of the 10 biggest software company in the world. We're the #1 industrial software company. We just spent the money to be able to have that digital DNA, which we didn't have inherently. So that's the first thing we did. The second one, we built processes to enable us to get close to our customers. We call it MAC, 36 co-creation Mindscape Application Center we have, like in Riyadh, we have one where we sit down with customer and build application using this technology to actually solve a problem. And the third one, we talked about it, we invest in our people. So I said, I was a trainee with 18. I joined Siemens. I was trained for 2 years. There's 8,000 of those trainees which we put in place. We're training 40,000 in India. We need to invest in our blue-collar workforce. I did join university much later, but we need to invest in our blue-collar workforce to be able to have those skills and continuously invest in them. Because if you leave them, what's going to happen is you're going to have this digital divide I was talking. So if you invest in technology, you have to have that technology. You need to know AI. You need to know how to work with e-commerce, as Diane was saying. You need to be able to build this in a process which actually adds value to a customer, to whatever you're applying it to, and you need to bring your people along. If you do this, you can actually replicate it. And I just launched together Siemens, I think McKinsey, the World Economic Forum in the state of Singapore. We launched really sort of Siri, not the Siri you know, but actually the Smart Industrial Readiness Index. We can come in, we can do an assessment and say, your industry 3.2, your industry 1.4. And these are the 7 steps you need to do to be able to catch up with it. So I said, the first thing, you need technology, you need processes, you need to bring the people along, and then you need some process capability to replicate that skill. I think that's one of the things which we do. I'm not saying is the only one, and perhaps Rob has some more examples, but it's really sort of one of those elements which we are very sort of active as Siemens to learn ourselves and teach also at the same time.
Well, it's a great case study, so thank you so much for sharing it, Cedric. So that moves me to Robert. Looking at private sector and the speed of the transformation, especially now when we look at the pandemic and COVID-19, it's not a luxury anymore. Digital transformation is a must. And also, it's dependent on being an eco-centric, which is collaborative. And here's where that cohesive collective efforts together is very important. So how can national governments and international institutions and businesses work together to build a successful digital economy and innovation economies?
Sure. So I think I have an hour to answer that question. Incredibly complex question, so let me simplify it by saying, I think a couple of things. One, Cedric talked about what Siemens is doing, and there are many leading companies around the world who, frankly, were well positioned for the COVID economic crisis and having to really fundamentally shift business processes and work. But if you sort of were to ask who was least well positioned, certainly in the US, this is true, and I think probably in many countries, it was governments. Many governments had not fully moved to the cloud. They had not digitized processes fully. So it was very hard for governments, and it still is, for them to move into the digital economy. And I think COVID should be a wake-up call to every government all around the world that this is no longer an interesting thing you might want to do. This is a must-do, because we don't know what's going to happen going forward. So that would be one thing. Historically, governments have played the most important role by getting their own house in order and being lead digital adopters, not just for internal things like cloud, but using IoT, using AI in different government processes and the like. So that's one thing. And I think a second thing is, and this is particularly true with cross-border collaborations with government agencies or broader international bodies, but to be very, very careful about over-regulating. As I said, there's kind of two main approaches, if you will. There's the precautionary principle, which some countries embrace. We don't know what's going to happen with these technologies, therefore we should regulate very tightly and closely now. And then there's more the innovation principle, which is, in general, these technologies look pretty good. If we come across any challenges or problems, we'll deal with them as we get to them. I think that latter approach, the innovation policy approach, is much more amenable and supportive of innovation, of companies being able to introduce these new business models and gain competitiveness from them. So I would caution governments to, not embrace the precautionary principle. That doesn't mean that we should embrace libertarianism and no role for government at all. I'm not at all saying that, but governments should be careful. A lot of these, quote, challenges that we think we will see probably at the end of the day will not turn out to be challenges, because companies like Siemens and other companies here, our colleague from China, they'll deal with them effectively because they have big incentives to deal with them effectively.
Well, thank you, Robert. Very interesting, actually. That takes me actually to Diane and see that, as you've mentioned, Robert, that digitization is not a replacement, but it's a supporter. And here's, Diane, where I wanted to ask if your opinion. It's vital that digitization works to support instead of replace. What support do micro and small and medium businesses require to keep pace with the large enterprises and businesses?
Okay, I think in this pandemic, we have seen the vast difference between those companies with and without digital transformation. SMEs equipped with digital solutions have become agile to the crisis. They finally can survive and be more robust. In the meantime, we still found the three key choke points should be improved. Firstly, access to market. Second, access to financial resources. Third, a resilient supply chain system. With the development of cross-border e-commerce in recent years, as Cedric also mentioned, AI, big data, SaaS, and other digital services are quite mature. So we have more tools to support SMEs in solving difficulties. For example, during the pandemic, we have leveraged the SaaS to help businesses in our platform and our partners to sustain their business across key functions. For example, we have used AI and big data to quickly adjust their product portfolio based on changing demand in different countries. Further, we have leveraged the SaaS to automatically serve SMEs and individuals with a smart supply chain system, sourcing products and arranging logistics. We also use big data to support them with microloan financing. But this is not a one-man job. In order to solve these challenges, we, the public and the private sectors, must collaborate. It is time we go further and empower everyone in digital transformation to create a successful digital future for all. Dima.
Interesting insight, Diane. Thank you for sharing that. Going back to education, Cecilia, very interested to know from you, education remains a root cause for the digital divide. How do your companies contribute to forming a more digitally inclusive society?
I would say it's been amazing to actually see the activity during the COVID crisis from many of our members. They have shared, their platform. They have shared training programs. Really been extremely active, making sure that rural areas have the maximum connectivity. One of the things that we saw was that children who were in rural areas with low connectivity could not go to school because they simply had no connection. I was actually several places in Germany who said they were unable to connect. And many of our members have really taken this serious and really got up to speed with actually connecting many of the areas that were not connected and putting forward platforms and training programs. One of the things I want to highlight is the Skills and Jobs Coalition and how we work with on-the-job training also and reskilling, where it's a collaboration between unions, companies and governments, really both in forecasting the skills needs and actually addressing the needs for investment. And we actually do expect many of the European funds to go in that direction and to be co-funded with private sector. And this is definitely the top of the agenda of all our members. Each time we do surveys, each time we ask, both from European and foreign companies, the needs are for more digital skills and a more inclusive society in general. And many of the companies that has the solutions to actually connect both schools, connect society, but also connect people to their workplace is of course in our membership and is doing a great job in facilitating right now many functions in society during this crisis.
Mm-hmm. Well, talking about connectivity, I cannot, yes, please.
Yeah, can I add something to what Cecilia just mentioned? I think that's very critical. And Cedric also mentioned about invest people. I think digital is no doubt a booster. We must promote digital education massively. And further, we must enable everyone to equally benefit from the digital, including girls and boys, senior people, and the young generation, achieving the inclusive growth for all. And actually this year, in B20's policy recommendations, we emphasize inclusive education with the latest skills to solve new challenges. I think that's very important for this year. Thank you, Dima.
Maybe also just to highlight.
Emphasizing, oh, sure.
Yeah, to highlight one area that has been a specific, I think, focus in this crisis, of course, the health data. We have seen a lack of digitalization of the health sector, a lack of knowledge, a lack of access to data. Luckily, again, for inspiration, because it's what I know best in Europe, there immediately was a big project started called the European Health Data Space, basically gathering all the data into one safe, very secure platform where these data can be analyzed and used for the benefits of, for example, development of vaccines, but also detecting diseases and preventing spreading of, for example, COVID. It's going to take some time until we are there. But again, I totally agree with Rob. We have to see that we will never be able to solve the big problems of the world, like health, pandemics, or even the UN sustainability targets without AI and without data. Of course, it puts a high demand on coordination on data privacy regulations and rules across not only Europe, but across the board with other nations. And this job, I think, is a very big task for the B20 and for the G20 to carry on, to really see that a harmonization of data protection rules, a harmonization of cybersecurity rules, a harmonization of data flow rules across the world, because truly cybersecurity attacks doesn't really care about borders, and neither does pandemics. And we will need a strong collaboration between our governments, equally strong as with private sector across border.
That actually, you touched base on my second question, actually, which is the access to technology and being online and having that source of connectivity also brings in a very important topic, which is ethics and ethical technology. And here's where I would like to hear your opinion, Cedric, on the trustworthy and ethical AI. How do we get there?
Well, and I would take it broader than AI. I mean, there's three things. There's what's technically feasible, and there's a lot of things which are technically feasible. Then the second one, what is legally allowed, right? Regulation was defining that, and Rob said, look, let's not over-regulate. And then let's define what's ethically actually acceptable, right? There are things, there's lots of things we could do, and are we doing them or not doing them? Now, the reality is by, and Cecilia described it, and also COVID has accelerated digitalization even faster, right? It didn't take a CEO or CTO to do it. It took COVID for us to, for example, at Siemens, we sent 240,000 people to work from home and changed our work environment. Therefore, what does it mean ethically to have to work half the time from home, half the time when you're here? What does it mean from a cyber environment? How do you increase the sort of this environment of attack which you're building up? So we are trying to understand what are the standards which we need to put in place to build this trust in the technology. And I give you one example. I was part, I think 5 days ago, we created something called the Charter of Trust. That 16 companies coming together and saying, how do we build a trust environment by defining what trust means, cyber in the cyber world, by defining what processes do we put in place, and by defining that we would trust each other to put it out, to work on it. So we build a trust element which has an ethical, a technological, and a legal layer to it for us to make sure that we can actually work together. I cannot answer how should we, and Rob probably knows this much better than I do, on should we go or not go with AI. What I can answer is that society needs to be able to synchronize, to be able to agree on ways on how to deal with each other, which are addressing these three sort of elements. We will always drive for absolute invention, technological invention. We're gone in that direction. We will always try to catch up, and Cecilia is part of this, and we were in an EU panel, I think, together, where the EU is asking us, what should we do? We will always try to catch up with the legal aspect, but we should also define ethically what will we accept as capabilities. AIs need to fundamentally be trained on lots of data, also personal data. How much are we actually sharing? We should define that. And I think that we need to come together. We need to agree on principles. We need to agree on elements. And within these elements, make sure that we don't block the evolution, but make sure that it has an ethical component to it. I don't know, Rob, perhaps you want to give
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. So I think, again, partly because AI is so new and it's so hyped, and everybody thinks it's, this sort of magic pixie dust you throw on anything and something magical happens. But I think it's important to look at AI. It's just a technology. It's just a technology, and companies use it the way they use other technologies. And if you think about other areas, I mean, in every society, there are people who are unethical and commit fraud. So, for example, in the U.S., there are people who will try to sell you some financial product and rip you off. We don't say, oh, well, we should ban the banking system because there's some unethical people. And it's the same thing with AI. There are going to be some unethical coders, and they're going to do what they do. And we can try to limit them and stop them, and et cetera, which we should do. But that's one thing. We shouldn't sort of assume that just because there are some unethical coders in AI, that the system itself or that companies like Siemens are not going to be ethical. The second thing, I think it's really important to understand, why do people care so much about trust? And it's partly because there is this view among many policymakers, which is just simply not backed up by the data, that if consumers don't feel like there's a lot of trust, that they won't adopt the systems. And the way you get trust is through explainability. There's a very good German study, a German institute, a research institute, that looked at this, and they compared 3 algorithms, I think, trying to manage hate speech or something like that on Twitter. And it turns out that the algorithm that the people trusted the most was the most effective algorithm. In other words, they said, this algorithm does this, and they said, okay, well, we like the one that's most effective. We trust that one because it says what it does. It says it's going to limit hate speech, and it does limit hate speech. Then they went and they said, okay, well, we're going to explain how this algorithm actually works to you. And then people trusted it less. Because the reason they trusted it less is it worked so contrary to how our minds would work. Because it's AI, it doesn't work the way our minds work, and yet it was a better result. People saw it, I don't really trust that anymore because it seems so illogical.
Yeah.
So I think that's an illogical.
So Robert, since we're running out of time, starting with you, I would like to know, what is the key trend, one key trend that would shape the, as a digital leader, and all of you digital leaders, what is the key trend that will shape the economy of the future? In one word.
Let me give it a shot. Staying connected. No matter what you're a business or you are a person, being able to be connected and understanding the digital era is going to be key. So being connected and understanding.
I'll go second. We're a 173-year-old startup. We always transformed, and we will always transform. The transformation is not finishing. As I said, it's not AI, it's not 5G, it's the constant use of those technologies, which will force us to reinvent ourselves continuously.
I think technology should be accelerated in the right manner to combat the crisis. Digital is no doubt a booster.
Well, I said it before, but
Robert?
I maybe didn't hear. I think actually robotics and autonomous systems are a completely underappreciated technology. I think that they're going to play a much bigger role than we give them credit. They'll be enabled by AI, they'll be enabled by 5G and IoT, but I think autonomous systems are going to play a big, big role in the future.
Well, very interesting. Thank you so much. On behalf of the B20, we really appreciate your participation. It has been a pleasure and an honor being part of this insightful discussion, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dima Al Yahya, for leading this rich discussion on such an important topic, humanizing technological transformation. Now, we are about to begin a 15-minute break, but before we do so, I would like to remind you to visit our virtual library to access several materials on the policy recommendations highlighted throughout the summit. Enjoy your break. See you in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Lama Sleiman, board member of the General Entertainment Authority, to moderate our next panel, Advancing the Economy by Leveling the Playing Field. Sounds like an interesting session. Over to you, Dr. Lama.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Welcome, and I hope we have enough people joining us today for this very important subject, even though it's at the end of the day usually a bit more challenging. I will hopefully be moderating this last panel that is called Advancing the Economy by Leveling the Playing Field. Why is this panel important? Because we will focus our discussion on the critical role women have in business. We cannot have a B20 if we do not have gender equality in the amount of business women that are around the world today. We will try to prove to you all that including women in business, leadership, and employment is the solution to many of our world challenges today, such as boosting economic growth and productivity. We will be addressing gender disparities across businesses, from employment, professional growth, and career advancement. We will also show that elevating corporate culture to be mutually beneficial for all is an ultimate component for success. Finally, the B20 believes that in order to mitigate some increasing challenges today, it is critical to support minority, women-owned businesses, micro, small, medium-sized enterprises, not only because it is a human right, but also it is an important catalyst for economic growth. B20 Saudi Arabia leveraged the Women in Business Action Council this year to ensure women's issues are covered across all policy recommendations. Let me now, without further ado, introduce to you our guest speaker, Ms. Gabriela Ramos. Ms. Gabriela is the Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences at UNESCO. Previously, she served as the OECD Chief of Staff and Sherpa to the G20. In her role for OECD, Ms. Ramos was responsible for setting the strategic direction of the OECD's Inclusive Growth Initiative, as well as overseeing the OECD's work on education, employment, and social affairs. A champion for gender equality, Ms. Ramos managed the launch of the OECD's gender strategy and pioneered initiatives such as Nina STEM Puden, an initiative to challenge stereotypes and encourage young girls in Mexico to take up STEM subjects. In 2017, Forbes recognized her efforts on inclusive growth and gender equality, awarding her the Forbes Prize for Entrepreneurial Excellence. In addition, her work as Sherpa contributed to the leaders' commitment to the G20 Brisbane Gender Target in 2014 and the creation of the W20. Ms. Ramos, over to you.
Thank you so much for this nice introduction. Great to be here in the B20 in this proof of resilience. And very glad to continue contributing to the leadership of Saudi Arabia in the G20 in these very, very unprecedented times. We are indeed living a situation that is not seen in our lifetime. If we can only imagine that the international financial institutions are setting the declining GDP growth by 4%, 6%, in some countries 10%, this is really something that we have never ever witnessed. We have lost millions of jobs, and global poverty for the very first time in decades is going to go up. And we are not yet out of the woods as we are experiencing the second wave. We know that the impact of the crisis is asymmetric. The communities, the people, the regions, the countries that were less prepared, that were more vulnerable, are facing worst impact. And we know that some businesses and some countries were better prepared. And among the hardest hits of the crisis are women. For once, Women are overrepresented in the fight against the pandemic, in the share of women in the health staff, on nurses, care workers, and essential workers. From 70% to 90% of the care economy is performed by women. They are also overrepresented in sectors that are experiencing the hardest hit, with 575 million women working in accommodation and food services, in hospitality and real estate and manufacturing and trade. This is different from the 2008 financial crisis, where the economic sectors that were hit were mainly those where men were overrepresented. Women have also less financial leverage to weigh the pandemic and less access to financial services. And they are also overrepresented in the informal economy. And I can say what is worst, and the G20 has signaled this as one of the areas where they really are worried, is the increase in violence and harassment against women. I think this is an issue that we need to tackle. And even women that occupy a management position are seeing an overburden in terms of taking care of children, taking care of houses, and also taking care of their business responsibility. And we have seen that in recent reports, they are thinking about stepping out of their business responsibilities. Looking at the business sector, I really commend the B20 for the recommendations and for putting women at the center of the debate, but the baseline has never been good. Women representation in high-level position is way lower than in the public sector, in the parliaments, or in the academia in general. We continue to have 5% of leadership positions in the first 500 list of companies, of top companies. And this is a figure that I have been saying for the last decade. So I don't think we have made a lot of progress. They only make up 9% of the partners at the top 100% venture capital firms, and their growth is restricted. Women innovative startups receive less than 15% of all available funding. And women is also underrepresented in the digital world. What are the obstacles? And we know them. We have measured them. We have documented them. We have exposed them. The main one is derived from the unfair sharing of family and childbearing duties. If women continue spending more time at home and being responsible for unpaid work, 70% more than what men spend, they have less time to invest in their careers. And this is also linked to stereotyping and what societies and families feel women should be doing and men should be doing, and also plain discrimination. We have the famous glass ceiling, and I'm sure that many of the business women that are listening to us know what it means in terms of not being there when the promotions are happening, not being there top of mind when somebody's thinking about needing a high-level manager. But we also have the sticky floors, which means they are condemned to be in lower level positions, or that all these duties that they have to face is very difficult to invest in advancing their careers. But this is compounded by a new terminology that I just found, and it's really interesting, because McKinsey coined the broken rung, which means that there is always less number of women, 70% compared to 100% of men, there in the pipeline when there are promotions to be made. And so you just do the maths, it will not happen, and you are always lagging behind. So the call that the B20 and the G20 are doing is welcome. We need to fix it. As it was mentioned by Dr. at the beginning, since 2015, a group of Sherpas, we worked together to show to the leaders that having all these gaps, having the lack of representation of women, wasting the talent of women was not good for the economy. And I have to say that this is the call that we're doing today. For building, for fixing, for advancing a meaningful agenda to get out of this crisis, we need women, and we need to ensure that women are present in the table where decisions are taken. What does it mean? It means that in the policy toolkit of what we are discussing, we need the gender angle, we need women leadership, we need women voices. We need also that all the emergency funds that we have adopted to counter the impact of the pandemic in our economies also have a gender angle, that some funds are dedicated to women. And we have a lot of tools to ensure that there are spaces where women entrepreneurs can really advance. We have an old toolkit to deliver, legislating equality, adopting smart affirmative actions, strengthen institutional effectiveness, counter stereotyping and discrimination, and we need family-friendly policies, because the good news is that these family-friendly policies are good for men and are good for women. We are in the Beijing +25 commemoration, generation equality. I really want to insist that whatever the outcome and the solutions we find for this crisis should not leave women behind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos, for the speech. Thank you for having highlighted the most important parts and the most important challenges we have today. Let me now introduce to you the panel, an excellent panel in my opinion. Let me first introduce to you Her Royal Highness Princess Rima bint Bandar bin Sultan bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, who was appointed ambassador to the United States on February 23rd, 2019 by the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz. She is the first woman in the country's history to serve in the role of ambassador. I must also say, hopefully she's not the last, but I can say she has been a role model in all her journey that I think she will share with us today. I am also glad to be joined today by Carla Fiorina, chair of the Carla Fiorina Enterprises. Previously, Ms. Fiorina served as CEO of Hewlett-Packard Company, making her the first woman to head a company listed on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and hopefully not the last woman again. I'm also joined today by the only man on that panel, very challenging, CEO of Standard Chartered and co-chair of the B20 Saudi Arabia Women in Business Action Council. Mr. Winters is a career banker with significant frontline global banking experience. He has extensive experience of working in emerging markets and spotting and nurturing talents, and hopefully women talent. Let me start with you now, Ms. Carla. As you have noted from Ms. Ramos's words, it is not easy to challenge the status quo or the current state of things. What is your advice? Let's start by advising the leaders everywhere, since this is the message we're trying to reach, who want to take action on diversity, gender inequalities, and inclusiveness, but are not sure how to bring about real, scalable change. Can you share with us your experience?
Well, I must begin by thanking you for the opportunity. It's such a great honor to be here with this panel discussing this important subject. Let me begin with two headlines, if I may. Number one, we will never make sufficient progress towards gender equality or women's participation in our economies, in our workplaces, or in our governments unless we get in our heads that this is not a nice to do, it is a must do. That it not only helps women, it helps men. That for all the reasons Ms. Ramos outlined, businesses perform better when more women are involved. Problems get solved more effectively when more women are involved. Economies grow faster when more women participate. The data is crystal clear. And so it's not about something that's a good thing to do. It's actually necessary if we're going to make progress in our communities, in our businesses, in our nations, and in our world. Secondly, to challenge the status quo requires leadership, to the point of your question. Leaders understand their job is to challenge the status quo. Their job is to change the order of things for the better. And therefore, a leader must accept that they will be criticized. They must accept that not everyone will agree with them. They must accept that the going is going to get tough, and they have to have the stamina and the courage and the determination to keep going. But they also have to accept that when a leader understands their role is to change the order of things for the better and challenge the status quo, that there will be others change warriors, I call them, who are willing to work alongside of them, whether they are men or women. There are others who will be willing to work alongside of them, even as there will also be those who resist always a change, even when it's so obviously overdue.
Thank you very much. There's a lot to be learned from your 2 points. So you just said that leaders are going to need people that are going to work alongside of them. Let me therefore move to Mr. Winters. You work at choosing these talents. I've heard a lot of your speeches. You spoke eloquently about the diversity of business success. So what do you think has worked best at Standard Chartered in terms of promoting diversity and inclusion? And what has not worked? And how could that actually help our leaders?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me on this panel. I did notice that I was the only man on the panel, and that obviously raises a question. But I think the answer is quite straightforward, because I completely agree with Carly's comment that this isn't a nice to have. It's not a sideline. It's not an extracurricular activity. It's necessary for an organization to be successful, to be able to develop the broadest range of talent, but also the broadest range of views and perspectives. And gender diversity is one very important part of that. But before I get into answering your question specifically, I really would like to comment on what a privilege it's been to be the co-chair of the Women in Business Action Council under the chairmanship of Rania Nashar, who did an outstanding job, brought tremendous passion, I think, to the topic, managed to keep the teams motivated over a long period, and came up with a very robust set of recommendations, which we'll be very happy to present in the B20. And I have to congratulate the Saudi leadership of the B20 for the focus on female empowerment in this whole session, female empowerment in the workforce in particular, recognizing this as a flagship task force of this undertaking. So it's been a privilege for me. As always, I've learned a lot. I hope that I and Standard Chartered have been able to contribute a bit. But we have made good progress as an organization. I believe that the leadership on this front has to start from the top. Our board is about 32% female. My management team is about 31% female. Our senior management, which is the top 1,000 people in the company, is about 30% female. We all recognize that 30% is not 50% or 50.5%. So to Carly's point, and I think to the very premise of this task force that I've participated in, we know we're not done. In fact, we know we're far from done. But what's worked well for us, I must say, as long as I've been in business, which one way or another has probably been 40 years, there has been a focus on diversity. I've been quite committed to this cause throughout, and I must say I feel very frustrated by the lack of progress that I've been able to make in the organizations that I've been associated with. Because we're still talking about this 40 years later, having been very genuine in the attempt to tackle this in the first place. Throughout that entire period, there's been debate, and before, and it will carry on for some time, there's been debates around quotas or numbers or targets or quantitative targets. Part of what we've done at Standard Chartered is to set clear targets for the number of women that we have in different positions. Our diversity focus isn't limited to women, of course. We're a very diverse organization operating in 70 countries. But we think it's important to have some specific objectives to shoot for. At the same time, we will always say that we won't compromise on quality or choose the inferior candidate in order to hit quantitative targets. You don't need to. What you need to do is to open your mind to the qualities that different people can bring to a particular job. So we've done extensive training, inclusive leadership training and unconscious bias training to help all of our colleagues to understand how they can make some of these choices in the most informed way, and the value that comes from having a diverse team, a diverse workforce. It obviously reflects the diversity of our clients. So we have set some quantitative targets. We've also had an extensive focus on training. And I think maybe most importantly, the people on down through the line of our organization see the leadership acting by example. And where we have members of my team that don't act as role models for whatever reason, they don't get the opportunity to work with me for much longer. And that's visible. That's visible in the organization. So we could go on forever, of course, but I know that there's much else to cover, so I will hand back to you. But thanks for the question.
Thank you so much. So we have some kind of we have looked at things from a global point of view, national point of view, and corporate point of view. I'd like to direct this question to Her Royal Highness Princess Rima, who has also been in a short time a businesswoman herself. She was a part of a board of companies, and so she has an idea of what the corporate world is and has advocated for female empowerment. And then she also worked as a businesswoman and as a public official, in the Sports Authority. Can you share with us some initiatives that have been particularly successful to help women manage and advance in their career, and how we can face the challenges that makes it always so slow?
Oh, thank you, Dr. Lema, for having me, and hello to our esteemed guests today. You know, the journey that I faced, whether it was in the private sector or public sector, I had the same struggles. Where were the women that I could reach out to and work with that could A, teach me how to do what I'm doing, and B, how can we do this together? And, you know, Dr. Lema is one of those women, so I'm very honored to be here with her today, and for her leadership and her insights that she's shared. Some of the initiatives that I've personally been involved in, whether in the private sector, was the creation of a curriculum that helps women understand their employment potential, and we have to educate women on financial literacy. If a woman has the burden of the household and the child on her shoulders as she's coming into the workplace, her focus is actually distracted between part A of her life and part B. And I think it's really critical in the workplace, whether it's private sector or in the government sector, public sector, that we focus on the holistic journey of a woman, and we take into account daycare, financial literacy, environmental education. And what I mean by that is not just, I don't mean, you know, clean air, while that's wonderful. I mean the space that she's working in and the hygiene of that space and the psychological safety that she has working there. Does she feel prepared? Is she trained well? Is there a program for her upward advancement? Are there colleagues and mentors and role models that she can engage with? And I think we all owe the woman that, simply because her journey entering into the workplace was slightly later than the men's, and that's fine. It is what it is. That is our reality. That doesn't mean we have to stay within the boundaries that existed in the past. It is on us and it is on the leadership to always create these kind of engaging programs. I'll tell you, the women that I worked with on financial literacy, the change in them was what I would call their liberation. The freedom a woman feels when she is financially secure is a massive burden removed. It allows her to make better decisions for herself, for her family, and for her personal growth. It's the difference between having a job and a career. Because if she has just the job, it's the function that gives her the income to be able to live her life. Her career is the dream aspiration that she has that allows her to grow and have personal impact, personal growth. And I think those things are absolutely critical. In sports, some of our accomplishments, which I'm profoundly proud of, was opening the door for women within the sports economy. We worked with our colleagues at the Ministry of Sports, with our colleagues across government, to include PE in girls' schools. Why is that important? It's not just because we want to have young girls exercising. We want them to focus on their health and recognize that their health is profoundly critical to their success as they get older. A healthy mind and a healthy body, those are things we should all want. But it also opens up job opportunities for women that didn't exist before. We opened up also pathways for female inclusion across the board in every single sport, in every single sector of the sports economy. And what I realized there was originally a fear of female inclusion, because what if they don't know what they're doing? What if we have to rebuild infrastructure? What if we have to do all of these things? And I need to change the what if to we should. We should always be thinking of female inclusion. We shouldn't be thinking of women as the other who needs to be included at the later stage. And I think what I'm very proud of, if I could say I left a mark anywhere, it is making sure that people don't think of women as an afterthought in the entities or organizations that I've worked with, and they think of them at the start of the campaign, at the start of the initiative. And I think that's absolutely critical. There really should be no difference between the way we treat a woman in the private sector or the public sector or the woman at home. She should be respected for the amazing entity and contribution that she gives to our society and our community as an equal member.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Let me now since everybody spoke from their position, let me now go back to you, Ms. Ramos. I mean, the UN Women, which we've had Women 20 speak, just have their summit just a week ago, actually. And in the UN Women, we read, advances in law and policies are limited by a number of critical challenges that perpetuate the gap in gender equality. In my opinion, this is a sentence that I have heard for the past 20 years. And each one of you has focused their speech on the challenges. And I don't really think that we are finding any new challenges. They seem to be the same challenges. In your new role at the UNESCO, what would your ambitions for achieving a more inclusive and fair society be? How can we disrupt a little bit what we already know?
Well, thank you so much. I'm really enjoying this, and thank you for this question, because I have been building up the knowledge base to understand what Carly mentioned, which is that economies do better, business do better, societies do better when you have the full contribution and the self-fulfillment of women and girls. And therefore, at UNESCO, I think that we have a precious tool, which is the fact that we are looking after education of girls. But not only education of girls, I think that whenever we think about gender policies, we're always focusing on women, when what we really need is to change the society, because it's not a cultural norm that affects only men, it's a cultural norm that is reproduced by the whole society. The stereotypes in terms of thinking what disciplines girls should choose, contrary to what disciplines should boys go for, is reproduced by mothers, is reproduced by girls, is reproduced by everybody. We know that girls in education have sometimes less self-confidence. This has been documented. And therefore, I feel that UNESCO is contributing massively with focusing on education on girls. But I am heading the social and human science sector. And there, we really focus on the question of gender balance in our society. And it's true that there are many countries that have made progress in terms of legislating equality, building inclusive institutions, and also providing with resources to those institutions that are in charge of women. But the fact is that this is not enough if we don't break up the stereotypes that are always putting women and men in different places. And in my sector, for example, I'm dealing with the ethics of artificial intelligence, and I feel this is something that I would like to make a very strong call. The G20 has already taken it up. The Saudi presidency has been looking at the digital divides, but it's not only the digital divides. It's about who is producing the artificial intelligence that is now really producing a lot of services for all of us. 85% of the downloads of software that is being used to develop these algorithms and solutions based on artificial intelligence are done by male-only teams. The fact that you only have 15% of investment in startups and innovative enterprises that are led up by women also tells you that we have already this disparity in terms of the means and the tools that women have to succeed in frontier areas such as artificial intelligence. I'm in charge of the recommendation of ethics of artificial intelligence, and this is an area that I would really, really want to push, because we know what policies you should make. You know that you need, of course, the coding, but you need also to eliminate the stereotypes from the very early childhood and also from the textbooks. There are many interventions that we can make, but if we don't change this mindset, we will not make progress.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ramos. I'd like to move this question to Mr. Bill Winters. I'm sure everybody is facing the problems with COVID-19 today and all the challenges other than women that all the companies and everybody is facing. How can you, as a the head of a bank that is usually so focused on, usually it's a very male corporation, how can you justify or keep the issue of something like inclusiveness and increasing women participation as a priority during a pandemic and a crisis like it is? How do we always keep it on the top of our lists?
It's a great question, and it is a challenge. We know what the dynamics of this pandemic have been so far, which is that it's had the effect of amplifying pre-existing inequalities, impacting women disproportionately. And I think Ms. Ramos and others made the point up front that 70% of global healthcare workers are women, 76% of unpaid care workers are women. So we know that this has been the most affected portion of the population, and that applies to my company as well. And we tried to tackle that issue very directly. So, of course, in part out of necessity, in part out of a very conscious choice, we've introduced, I think, an extraordinary amount of flexibility into working arrangements. We realize that parents who are working remotely with children who are unable to go to school are likely to be distracted and much more likely to need some sort of additional assistance. And whether that assistance comes in the form of flexibility in terms of time allocation or special technology enhancements, or where possible, and of course it hasn't always been possible during the pandemic, extraordinary efforts in childcare, so that the woman isn't left with this disproportionate share of the responsibility. This is something that we will continue to focus on in everything that we do. We're also trying to help in the communities where we operate. We've got very specific programs that are targeting women who have small businesses, for example. So we know one of the great, and I think this comes through very clearly in the task force work that we've done, one of the great ways to lift women out of a status as an unequal partner in a family relationship is to allow the woman to have a source of income in addition to the man, or in many cases instead of the man. And of course, women have been very hard hit during this pandemic. These small business owners have had to juggle things that not all men have had to juggle. So we've got special fee waivers and forbearance programs. We've got advice programs that are targeting women in our client base who are particularly hard hit, with the hope that they can make it through this very, very difficult time. And I think we have helped many. We've helped thousands, in fact, and we'll continue to. And that then bounces back into our own population, with women seeing that we're paying particular attention to the effect of this horrific pandemic on women. I think that helps give them the confidence to continue to look for ways that the bank can do more and to be more helpful. So I'm hopeful that we'll come out the back end of this with women actually better represented in our workforce rather than worse.
Thank you, Mr. Winters. Ms. Fiorina, now we have an idea of how corporates could keep this subject as a priority. With your experience, how can we have a conversation across politics and the private sector? What do you think the governments and the business work together should do to be able to... The only thing that worries me all the time is there are a lot of programs, there's a lot of initiatives. How can we scale what is happening so that we can move much faster?
Well, to the point of your question, let's acknowledge that there have been a lot of programs and a lot of initiatives across both the private and the public sector for a very long time. And the fundamental point, among others, of this panel is that we have made a embarrassingly small amount of progress, actually. And that's true in the boardroom, it's true in business, it's true in politics, it's true across the board. So it isn't because there aren't a lot of programs. I want to go all the way back, if I might, in order to answer your question and just focus for a moment on the word leader. I said that leaders understand their job is to challenge the status quo. And I start there because a leader is not the same thing as a politician. A politician can be a leader, but a politician is motivated to represent the broadest possible base of people and to get reelected, to win again. That's not the same thing as leadership. A manager's job is to produce acceptable results, maybe excellent results. within existing constraints and conditions. But that's not leadership, even though a manager can sometimes be a leader. So again, we have to go back to the fundamentals, that it is leaders, people who know their job is to challenge the status quo, that are required now. Specifically, whether it's in politics or business, I think leaders have to adopt the mindset that we've all been talking about, which is, this is no longer a nice to do. This is no longer the right thing to do, although it clearly is. This is now necessary. It is necessary for all of us. It is necessary for us to solve festering problems. It is necessary for us to make progress. It is necessary for us to achieve our aspirations. It is necessary. The second thing that leaders have to tackle, I believe, is all of the things that get in the way of making sufficient progress against that necessary achievement, which is gender equality and women being represented equally in all spheres of life. And what gets in the way of that, and we all know this, but I think sometimes we need to say it more plainly, what gets in the way is all of the things that have nothing to do with merit. If we focus actually on building real meritocracies, that we put the people who are best able to deliver in a job, in the job, and not get hung up on, do I know them? Have I worked with them before? Do they look like me? Do they agree with me? Am I comfortable with them? Do I go out with them on the weekend? All of that stuff I just mentioned is highly correlated to who ends up getting hired. But what you look like and who you know and who you socialize with and whether somebody is comfortable with you or not, actually that has nothing to do with merit or qualification or potential. And so I think the very first thing that government and business both need to do, and each can role model to the other. You know, one of the things that drives me crazy is when governments start preaching to businesses about how to behave when they're behaving not in that way at all themselves. So I would focus both in the political realm and in the business realm on demonstration, not declaration, demonstration, not even regulation, but demonstration of a mindset that says, this is necessary for us to make progress. We will focus on merit and potential. We will acknowledge that because men and women are different and approach things differently, that sometimes men are quite uncomfortable with women, and yet it is precisely that women have a different point of view and a different way of approaching problems that makes women so valuable in our communities, in our businesses, and in our politics. I know I am talking at a high level. We could talk about the how-tos of how do you actually recruit from a more diverse slate? How do you really focus on meritocracies? How do you provide the right training and the right support for people who are different, starting with women, so that they succeed either in the private sector workplace or the public sector workplace? But I truly do believe that unless we tackle these mindset issues, these beliefs that it isn't really necessary, it's just the right thing to do, and unless we get clear that leadership is required, because the status quo has existed in this way for a very long time, and it will take tremendous leadership in order to finally challenge this status quo.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, thank you on behalf of many women, I think. And let me now, there's so much has been said. And again, I want to repeat by saying a lot of what we're talking about has been talked about for many years today. I'm happy that the B20 is raising this issue as being an extremely important issue for the future and for the generation of the future. Your Royal Highness, Princess Rima, I would like to ask you just a very simple question. What is your message to the B20 and the G20 concerning women advancement today?
Great. So I would say my message is that assisting women is not a business bias, it's an essential. It is a necessity. It is what we should do. It's not a by the by, or as Carly said, a nice to have. It is the right thing to do, but it's the imperative thing to do. We cannot have 50% of our societies across the board not engaged, not empowered, and without a path for success. I think that's critical because we have to recognize these women, many of them will be the mothers of the next generation. And if they do not have the ability to show their sons and their daughters what positive progress looks like, I think that will be the greatest detriment we do to the next generation. And I think it shouldn't be the singulars, it should be en masse. And I think I very much would ask that we stop over celebrating the first woman to do something and celebrate the women that have moved forward agendas, because it is the collective that makes the difference, not the individual. If the individual succeeds and there's nobody after them, that's a catastrophe. We need to have the collective move forward. We will have stars, we will have people that shine, and we should recognize that, but not at the expense of opening doors for everybody else. And so women are not a talking point, we are not a token. We are 50% of the society, and we need the ability to thrive and grow equally, but differently. And I really need to say, I commend Bill Winters for, in this pre-session, he let the three of us gab away on our opinions. And he listened and he contributed in a way that was so wonderful. And I'm so honored to be on this panel with him. So Bill, thank you for putting up with all of us.
Thank you.
Let me go back to Ms. Ramos. You are in a high position in UNESCO, and so many countries are, again, according to our title, at different playing levels. So how do we go back to our title? How do we level the playing field? You're heading and giving recommendations to many countries around the world. What is your advice?
Well, I feel that we started the conversation by reminding us where we are. We are in the worst crisis ever. And of course, we are not going to blame anybody for a virus, but we should reflect on why were we everywhere around the world, of course, with different capacities in different countries, but the majority were not well prepared to face a pandemic. And we were already experiencing very high levels of inequality, of income and opportunity. We are experiencing racism, we're experiencing populism. So I feel that the main message that we need to get out of this conversation, and also from the B20, because the B20, I think, has a very strong voice to bring to the table because the leaders listen to you, is that we should not waste this crisis. We should not waste this crisis. We should learn the lessons. There are countries that are doing better, and it has to do with the mindset. It has to do with leadership. I think that all of my colleagues here in the table has really underscored the importance of leaders, because leaders set up the example. You mentioned, Al-Suleiman, that legislation is not enough, but it's important because there are still many legislations and many legal frameworks that do not allow for equality. But you also need the additional incentives, you need the additional evidence, as Carly mentioned, in terms of the contributions and the better performance of firms and countries when you have women fulfilling their full capacity. So what is the message? We know what we need to do. We know that we are not where we want to be, and therefore a strong call for the leaders to deliver on equality, to deliver a very different vision of the world where we want to be, and to take up this opportunity to rebuild the world as we should do it, but building forward better. We say building back better, but I don't like the back. I would say build forward better and bring women with you at the table. and of course, ensure that women voices are there. So whenever you develop a package, think women and think women and gender equality.
Thank you so much. Thank you on behalf of the B20 for all the panelists. Thank you for talking about subjects that are dear to my heart and dear to the hearts of next women generations around the world. I just wish you all the best of luck in your programs and your initiatives for women and women in business for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lama Sleiman, Her Royal Highness Princess Rima Al Saud, Carly Fiorina, Gabriela Ramos, and Belle Winters for such an interesting session. And with this, it has been my honor to be your host for B20 Saudi Arabia Summit. I will now leave you with the closing remarks by the B20 chair by Dr. Abdul Wahab As-Saadoun. In this role, he oversees the development of critical policy recommendations around the key issues impacting global businesses today. Please welcome Dr. Abdul Wahab As-Saadoun. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Iam. I really appreciate your kind introduction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The last 2 days have been simply amazing. As I speak, the brilliant dialogue for the past 2 days is being witnessed by over 1.2 million worldwide through the live stream. This is simply remarkable. On behalf of the B20 Saudi Arabia, I'd like to thank Their Excellencies, the Minister, the eminent speaker and panelists, and the B20 families and invited guests who joined us here in Riyadh and virtually over the last 2 days for dynamic and powerful discussion around the role of business in driving resilient and sustainable growth for all. The last 2 days had also offered different views on transforming for inclusive growth. The evolving role of the private sector and the B20 in particular in addressing the global challenges, making capitalism work for all stakeholders, revisiting digital transformation accelerated by COVID-19, promoting gender equality and women leadership in business, reforming and building trust in multilateralism for the new global order, and addressing climate change and its impacts. For the past year, B20 Saudi Arabia has made concerted effort to address all these issues through our 6 task forces and Women in Business Action Council. While capturing everything discussed in the past 2 days seems like a formidable task, the key takeaway for me has been the consistent and reassuring optimism. For every speaker, there was a profound sense of positivity that business can combat these challenges by working with government and communities. And I strongly believe that the origin of this optimism is the shared recognition of the need for global collaboration and effective international dialogue. And it is abundantly clear that government cannot act alone, and business have critical role to play in building back better. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to reiterate the B20 chair, Mr. Yusuf Al-Banyan, from yesterday. No single entity can solve our current problem on their own. We need a collective effort by driving action through collaboration. In fact, inclusivity and collaboration have been at the heart of B20 Saudi Arabia policy development process from the very outset. Guided by our motto, transforming for inclusive growth, the B20 has worked across 3 strategic pillars to make sure we are inclusive, action-oriented, and differentiated. Being inclusive for the B20 this year is not limited to the extensive geographic and high women representation, but extended to a robust engagement process within our task forces, as well as advocacy to the G20 working groups and engagement groups and international organizations. This tremendously contributed and enriched the 25 B20 policy recommendation to the G20 and has been much appreciated by the B20 members. In the recently conducted B20 stakeholder survey, around 87% of the participants expressed high satisfaction or satisfaction with the transparency and inclusivity of the B20 process. Our action-oriented approach is evident in the wide-ranging and comprehensive package of publication this year, ranging from policy papers to special report on post-COVID-19 pandemic economic recovery, global value chain passport, and sustainable development goals, addressing our cross-cutting themes on SMEs and SDGs. A differentiated B20 was our aspiration, and we worked decisively toward delivering it. From the creation of the first of its kind Women in Business Action Council to conceiving the first ever B20 Global Dialogue Series to the engaging pre-summit. Additionally, we hosted special virtual events that brought together leaders from government, business, multilateral organizations, and academia from around the world. Most notably, a plenary on what the business world needs to do to prepare for a second wave of the COVID-19. As per our recent survey, a vast majority of B20 members appreciated the wide range of engagement opportunities throughout the process. Ladies and gentlemen, I have said this before, and I'm going to say it again. The 2020 B20 has been like no other. There have been many unprecedented initiatives this year. To strengthen advocacy with the G20, we released 11 statements with the like of UNDP, IEA, WHO, WTO, ICC, and the other G20 engagement group. Notably, this is the highest number of action-oriented joint statements released by any B20 so far. Further, this is the first time that a B20 has collaborated with a UN agency and the IEA for a joint statement. Historically, B20 have relied on key global events such as the meeting of the IMF, World Bank, and the OECD for their advocacy outreach. These events, either getting cancelled or going virtual with a limited mandate, meant a rethink of our advocacy strategy. That led to the idea of hosting B20 global dialogues in concert with national business chambers in the G20 countries. We held 15 B20 global dialogues with national chambers across multiple markets, resulting in engagement with more than 3,500 government and business leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, undoubtedly one of the biggest accomplishments of B20 Saudi Arabia has been to build an unforgettable experience for the B20 community, which was truly inclusive, action-oriented, and differentiated. I'm immensely proud to share the finding of the B20 Stakeholder Experience Survey, which comprised a series of quantitative and qualitative questions to evaluate the B20 member experience and perception of the B20 process this year. The respondents for the survey comprised 250 members and stakeholders across all G20 countries and beyond, and accounted for 35% of the B20 community. As you can notice on the screen, the results are overwhelmingly positive. A vast majority of participating members across task forces and action council are satisfied with their overall B20 experience. Almost 88% member ratings fall under satisfied and highly satisfied category. In digitalization, energy sustainability and climate, and trade and investment task forces, more than 90% of the respondents are either satisfied or highly satisfied. Whereas in the rest of the task forces, more than 80% of the respondents are satisfied or highly satisfied. Most B20 respondents are almost satisfied with the engagement and the policy formulation process this year. About 87% of the respondents are either satisfied or highly satisfied. with the engagement over the course of the year, including transparency and inclusivity of the process. Whereas 85% are satisfied or highly satisfied with the policy formulation process, including the quality and content of the policy paper, as well as the communication and outreach approach. Almost all survey participants, around 93%, agree that the B20 has been agile in proposing recommendations on COVID-19 crisis to the G20. The B20 members are most satisfied with timeline management and responsiveness of the task forces and Action Council. The satisfaction rate of engagement opportunities and experience related to transparency and inclusiveness are also very high. The survey results, conveying overall high satisfaction and positive feedback from our members, are testimony to B20 Saudi Arabia's commitment to deliver an impactful and differentiated B20 Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 days, we had excellent program addressed by 34 eminent global leaders across 10 insightful sessions. The outstanding speakers lineup once again reflect our commitment to inclusiveness through geographic, sectorial, and gender representation. And we are grateful to all of them for sharing their wisdom and diverse perspectives. Further, we would like to extend our appreciation to our moderators, a remarkable group of successful women achievers, for doing an excellent job on orchestrating brilliant conversation, and discussion over the past 2 days. And thank you, WIAM, for successfully hosting the B20 Summit. As the Sherpa for B20 Saudi Arabia, the successful conclusion of the summit today is both a moment of pride as well as little sadness as we enter the final leg of the B20 process. I'd like to congratulate and commend the effort of the entire B20 Saudi Arabia family. The leadership, and in particular the B20 chair, Mr. Yusuf Al-Banyan, for inviting me to lead the B20 Secretariat. The executive advisor, Mr. Sultan bin Battal, for his invaluable support and wisdom. The distinguished task force chairs, their deputies, and the eminent 48 co-chairs and their deputies, and the 676 task forces and Action Council members. I'd like to thank also our partners who have played a fundamental role in the B20 Saudi Arabia journey. All 5 B20 knowledge partners have been an integral part of the policy formulation process. Finally, I'd like to thank each member of the dedicated B20 Secretariat team. Thank you. Thank you. And all the SABIC team members supporting them for their invaluable contribution in making the 2020 B20 impactful and differentiated. I'm truly privileged and honored to lead a dedicated team who don't settle for anything less than excellence. The 27 team members, few of whom are here with us today, and the rest are joining us virtually, have been truly stars on their own. So I would appreciate if you can join me in appreciating their contribution to the success of the B20 Saudi Arabia. And as we draw the curtain on the B20 Summit, it is by no means the culmination of our efforts. We still have much work to do. We shall continue to work closely with the G20 until the Leaders Summit in November, advance our global advocacy efforts, and organize an official handover to B20 Italy. Thank you once again for listening. We look forward to decisive, bold, and collaborative actions by the G20, and are hopeful that the B20 policy recommendation will be incorporated in the G20 2020 communique. I truly hope you have found the last 2 days not just insightful, but also encouraging. Let us all hope that the spirit of collaboration we have witnessed progresses us toward resilient and sustainable growth for all. To conclude, I would urge all of you to reflect on the past 2 days and ask yourself, what kind of future do we want to build? And let that thought determine your choices and action to the global issues discussed, whether you are a member of the public or private sector or the civil society. Most importantly, let your thought be the reason to do what's right and do it now. As a wise man once said, the time is always right to do the right things. Thank you very much, and stay safe. Much appreciate your contribution to the success of the B20 Saudi Arabia Summit. Assalamu alaikum.